Okay. Okay, 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 okay. All right. Okay. And it has some stuff. Okay, 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 okay. What up, Cabin? How you doing? Big first. Huge. We love that. How does this work? Oh, it's lame. I mean, it's triple the bone spirits, right? 152. Same damage. Now, a different amount of damage. Oh, so it's 3 times the bone spirit and 50% increase on the multi. That's insane. What up, Jericho? What's going on? Okay, so that's that. Okay. This one is shoot 8 lances that all hit the target. This one's do 5 novas, but they kind of... Let's look at them all. This is 5 severs. That's 5 bone spears. This is just big blight. Why did that reset immediately? Huh. Don't know say. All right. I think we start with Sever. And we see how we can make this work. Let's see how we can make this work. See how we can make this work. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is see mechanically how they all work, right? Like that's what we need to figure out.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
Yo, Sarah.
You're a real one.
Yo, yo.
Yo, 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 yo. Sorry, thank you very much. Do each one of them then proliferate? Privyet. Hello, hello. What about Bone Spirit? Bone Spirit's very good. It shoots 3 of them and it does more damage. You can reset it via the cooldown that you can typically get. It's all pretty good. Sorry, thank you very much for the 16 months. Been playing meta build for once. Have you roughly figured out what the top necro will be yet? No. Not even close. Not even vaguely close. What are we doing here? Blood Surge, Blood Lance. Did I type Lance again? Reapers. Reaping Lotus. Blight? Does Blight matter? I guess we just have to get the Ebon Piercer and see what happened. Right now, Blood Wave is very strong. I've had only one relationship last 60 months. Time flies. Let's go, baby. That's actually, how? How has it been a year? That can't be right, right? It does flat damage. Poison dot is called poisoning. Thanks, Codebreaker. I have a burst build out right now and a bone storm build out right now that you can check on YouTube if you want to. They're also in my Discord. Let's say it's about core skills, but I was wondering if when they fix this wall, would additional crit damage scale infinitely, or is it internally capped at 5? That is a great question. It shouldn't scale infinitely, because that would be insane. You should not expect this ability to make it through the PTR. It will have a cap. There's no universe where it doesn't. Dreyike, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, something will change with this wall. That's just the truth. Sever. We have to put an Exorable Reaper onto some boots and see how that works. Like, what does that mean? Because that's the way that I think we're going to make Sever work if we can. Where we add on... We add this on. Like, right? Like, okay. Sever is 16-second cooldown. Nothing? Maybe it doesn't change in town. Yeah, Druid companions are doing negative damage, so they are pretty goot. Pretty goot. Bone Spear. I think other people have already looked at Bone Spear and it's just not working, but we'll go ahead and put this on. We have Blood Lance, figure out how that works. Blood Surge, whether it novas twice. Reaping Lotus to see how that works. Bone Dusters. And we have to swap out to Ebon Piercer. So actually, why don't we just do this? Reaping. Lotus. Wait, this one. Okay. Is there any interaction with Bone Spirit and Shattered Spirit or Phasing Poltergeist when it's an ultimate? They do not. You shoot out the Bone Splinters, the Bone Spirit doesn't. So that is a wash. That will not work like we may want it to. Okay. Do you think will take to make an Arch Bone make build work? It already works in season 9. The thing holding it back is that Cult Leader is bugged and doesn't apply to the Bone Spears that they cast. But I've actually already made that build in season 9. I don't think I ever put out the video. It was doing Pit Tier 100. It was pretty cool. I like it as the physical damage mage build versus the like shadow damage mage build. Okay. So let's see what happens. Fucking useless. Okay. So mechanics. Blood Bathed only echoes the base Nova. That's the extra. From Alter the Balance, which we'll now call ATB. Blood Lance. Huh. How do I cast that better? So what is the expected number of damage instances? Let's take a very quick recording. Gameplay. All right, so let's look at this. Who turned on core store? Using Army of the Dead as a core skill, but my ranks to core skills don't seem to be increasing. What are you missing? It doesn't work if you're in town. Okay, so that's a lot of damage instances. Let's figure that out. Okay. So who turned on core store? Using Army of the Dead as a core skill, but my ranks to core skills don't seem to be increasing. What are you missing? It doesn't work if you're in town. Okay, so let's look at this. Okay, so I cast. They immediately take damage. This one gets hit. One hits them. It deals damage to all three of them. That one gets hit. One of them, ugh, if you're in town. So this one hits, it immediately spreads to that one. They all get hit. All the damage is overpowering when it overpowered. That's new. So, what is this initial hit of damage that's happening here? I don't know. Did the chaotic cooldown chaos boon stop the 7-second cooldown reduction from enhanced bone spirit? I didn't get there yet, Raven. What up, Chris? Using Army of the super crazy fun build. Spirits are flying out insanely fast, broken, but can't seem to get the damage up. They can make any necro build work. What would you create, macro? Sky's the limit. You can make any necro build work. What would I create? A build that uses a basic skill and a core skill and an ultimate skill. I know that doesn't sound very interesting, but I really hate the fact that our builds are just a core skill that we spam. One of the issues you might be running into, Chris, is using Sanguivore, Blade of Zir. And if you're not eating corpses, it doesn't actually multiply your damage at all, so it's pretty much a waste. I did not, Raven. Not using Sanguivore? Yeah. Oh, the other issue is that Unyielding Commander, the aspect, turns off if you recast the skill before it's finished running out. So you get like 10% uptime on it, it's actually not worth it to use. What up, Vanilla? Okay, so this appears to work where it then spreads itself. This is only one. So I'm going to say that it seems like Hungry Blood works. For Sever. That's Bone Storm. Okay, so each one gets the Reaper. Reaping Lotus works. Okay. That's interesting. What happens when I turn Sever into a mobility skill instead? Fucking what? Inexorable Reaper works, but doesn't override the cooldown length. And it teleports you to the bottom one. Middle Reaper. Inexorable Reaper should teleport the Necro to the center projectile instead of the 5th projectile. Why does it put you down here? Its own chance to overpower, or does the entire skill itself overpower at once? So your cast of Bloodlance does or does not overpower. Yeah, that's the end of the logic. Bone Duster still doesn't work. Pretty chill. Bone Dusters still doesn't overpower in a bone prison, and doesn't with ATB. Okay. So my next question is, how good can we make Sever? Oh, and this one, obviously. Blight core skill does nothing. Well, no, that's not true. You just wouldn't be able to spam this. Like, that does help. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Does it fire out? Okay. Wait, is it not firing 3 anymore?
I'm not ready.
Is it only firing 2? I'm not crazy, right? This is only firing 2? Yeah. Why? Bone Spear only returns 2 bone shards with ATB? Huh. Yeah, why? 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 ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué pig? Get sneezed on. Thank you for the follow. Is the mobility thing the thing? Mobility cooldown is very powerful. The gameplay is going to be wild. All right, let's go see what we can temper on stuff. Hey, thank you very much, Sneezed. I appreciate that. Those are kind words. It's nice. I'm gonna make my follower account get sheeshed on. And then I'm gonna make the follower account for that get Chief Keefed on. And then at that point, I don't know what we're doing anymore. Tempers. Mobility, right? Mobility cooldown reduction is only 8%. Ultimate cooldown reduction is more than that. Yeesh. Reap. Sever size definitely seems good. Is there a limit to size? I thought size was double. Is size double or does it go beyond that? Oh, blight size is interesting. On Meta Necro because I want to play one, but just no mobility. What is my best guess on Meta Necro? I have no idea. Right now, it seems like our strongest build is Bloodwave, but that is with Alter the Balance being completely broken. My guesses for really good builds were going to be things like Mage Minions and probably Bloodwave and Mage Minions, Bloodwave, a Blighted Corpse Explosion build, a Bone Splinters build, probably a Bone Spirit build, and then everything else would just kind of be less than that. Not using Alter the Balance on Bloodwave. I don't know what that means. In regards to what thing? Just to inform you, rather than putting your builds for PTR on max roll, use D4 builds it's updated for PTR. So max roll is also updated for PTR. I'm also a class lead and branch manager for max roll, so I won't be using other websites. I'm kind of a max roll boy. And by kinda, I mean for like 3 or 4 years now. Whenever before Diablo 2 Resurrected came out. Brawn over Brains is very good. But max roll is also updated for the PTR. It's just missing the power, which will be added today. I'm a little bit attached, both contractually and Maxroll's website is prettier, in my opinion. With a really good speed farming potential, while at the same time not being blocked at pit 70 without perfect stuff. So like all of our meta builds, like currently, like minions speed farms pit tier 100. So I think there might be a little bit of a perception that like, well, let me back it up. The best mobility you're going to get on a Necromancer is getting up to 200% mobility, adding Bach Jaw, and if you're really froggy, adding on Inexorable Reaper, which means you have to drop typically an offensive aspect to be able to fit it onto your boots. And then you have 2 teleports and max movement speed, and like every Necromancer build can do this thing and can't go faster than that. Max rolls is sometimes a bit late. Late is an interesting way to refer to it, I think, but sure. The thing that we do on max roll is we don't update the planner until we have the actual data from the data mine. And then that it just takes like the human amount of time to be able to update it. But like it was done like 2 hours into the PTR being released. The thing that we don't do is take patch notes and go manually add data sets that then need to be redone once we have the data mine. Say it in a good way? Sure. Heard. With maybe Bone Storm and Bone Splinters? There's never a build where you would scale an alt and a basic skill currently. Play something different in Season 10? Sure, you could do that on Shadowblight, you could do it on Bloodwave, you could do it on multiple versions of Bloodwave. Like, take any build, add on the speed farming things that I just said, it now does 3 pit tiers lower. What I'm more so trying to do is I'm attempting to educate you that you can currently do this in the game. What you can't do is take a shitty build and also accomplish these things. Like, the build has to be competent. Now that we're here, I can't hear people when they're yelling Inferno. I can't read text if somebody's yelling. The irony.
Greetings.
Is Panda streaming?
I don't know what else to say. Hey, Macro.
Oh shit. No problem, Dre. Ben is always. Ben is always so happy. Dude, Panda? Panda, you know what I like about Panda? Panda is down to argue very aggressively all the time. And I'm also very down to argue very aggressively all the time. And we had to have spent like a third of our time at Blizzard just arguing with each other. Have you tested Reap Warriors yet? I have. They trigger once every 6 to 7 attacks. It doesn't seem particularly meaningful. What up, bros? What's going on? It is me. What, is this you? Are you PTR'd? See, this is so much more fun. The PTR should only ever be like 200 people just hanging out doing this. Does Core Skill Soul Rift make the same way as Core Skill Bone Storm where it's click and the soul responds, or does it work differently? So it is. You stack Soul Rifts on top of yourself, and it just doesn't work with Unmaker. Okay, so let's really think about this. And I mean really think about this. Adding the mobility tag doesn't do too much here. How much can I cast Sever if... Excuse me. Okay, so we need to put Greaves of the Empty Tomb on V. Oh, Greaves of the Empty Tomb is not one of the options, so it's just regular Greaves of the Empty Tomb. Greaves of the Empty Tomb. What a bad Greaves of the Empty Tomb. Maybe... unsocket everything, please. Please unsocket everything. Move Tune, thank you very much for the follow. For a stash space, oh yeah, we're screwed. Do not fear for that which you never had. I'll probably keep, it says Bone Spirit cooldown. I'll re-roll this. For sure, for sure, for sure. I'll re-roll this. I need a new ring. Ring. Thank you for the follow. You shall not pass. I'll just take this one. Sure. So that's all that. Then we need the Greaves of the Empty Tomb. I don't know what these are or why they're here. Oh, I killed Lilith. That's why. I need Mrak. Kedbardi. So is Reaper going on the amulet? I don't know what that... Oh, no, we're not using Inexorable Reaper. It doesn't really do anything for the build. Graves of the Empty Tomb. It's better. It's not good, but it's better. Oh, look at that shield. There we go. That's a cool one. Cooked. Cooked. Cookie crisp. So here's my Greaves. Reaping Lotta. Reaping Lotta. Boop boop. Two-handed sword. The fudge was that?
That got most of it.
The GA rates are insane. What? What are these GA rates? Hello? The Bone Storm video? The Bone Storm is crazy. Something will have to change with it, but... Also, are you all proud of me? I took time to make a TikTok. like a TikTok video. I never do that. I'm too lazy. I made a whole one and I put it out there. I was like, you like this?
Good
Do you like this? Is this liked by you? We could get a little bit more.
The winds find the next can't be. I mean, congratulations. With favor come, try your luck. The wind can't be. The wind true fine quality. Well done.
There we go. There's a sword. Okay. So there's a sword. Here, here, here. This is a sword. Then we need to fit a lot on this build. Oh, buddy. Need to see Sever Ulti Core with 5 skeletons and Lotus Aspect together. The skeletons do reap, they don't do sever. So it doesn't, you just, if you wanted to see a bunch of sides swinging, you can get them there for sure. Think that this season will use more uniques? Either more or the same. Like either your build is just moving them around. But most builds will tend to put on an additional one, yes. Okay, so there's that. I need Bloodless Scream pants. Nice. These gloves are fine. These are fine. So it goes Reaping Lotter. Reaping Lotter. Reaping Lotus is 240, which makes it 480. Yeah, pretty big. Reaping Lotter. That on, put this on, put this on, put this on, put this on. I don't know how I'm going to fit everything on.
You will prepare. The stars do not lie.
Wait, Sever LT, you cast 5 Severs. Yep, yep, it all works together. Reaping Lotter. Boop, boop, boop. Is really cool. It is very cool. Oh. Hold on. a thing I did not consider. Trying for Blood Surge to be good. Blood Surge is going to need a lot of love to get good. Do I think I want them to stay around? Probably not.
I need more essence.
Running this gets rid of the essence drain on Soul Rift?
I need more time.
Can you do a decomposed build? Not really. Am I watching the PoE 2 reveal? I am not. What up, William? Got a good build? We did 2 builds yesterday. We did Chaos Burst and we did Bone Storm. Both of them were pretty good. Bone Storm ruins the server. So wait, how the fuck do I get resource on my build? And get ultimate cooldown. Oh, we have Bloodless Scream. Bada bing, bada boom, get fucked. Let's go. Sirach, I love you like a brother. I can't do the doomer. I can't do it. I can't do it. I need positive vibes. Okay, so we do lucky hit chance for store. We get really, really big sever size. Well, every build just has to go back to using Blood Mist is part of the sad reality. Like you have to be using Blood Mist. Unless you have a golem. Okay, so we just kind of hope this is good enough. Oh, but I don't need resource. I realize on this setup. So let's go see what ultimate cooldown reduction looks like on all 3 pieces of gear. Sir.
Anything breaks, the forge is gone.
What are these amulets? What is that? Why did I put that there? What is that? That's almost a thing. That's a thing. Sure. You could try Flicker Step? You could try Flicker Step. I can't really fit it, but you could try it. I don't think we're gonna need it though. You can still get cooldown reduction on here. That was terror. This could have been a gloom terror. Oh no! Tides of blood. Tides of blood. Gloom. Probably put that aside for right now. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Hell yeah, brother.
All right, traveler.
Now let's just get a thing. Hermit! I'm gonna freak out. I never put cooldown reduction on here, so I'm not used to stopping for it. Being imperfectly balanced twice is crazy. Why is cooldown reduction impossible to roll? Isn't this cool? Fuck! I'm gonna go crazy. Cool. Okay. I know it's bad. We're gonna toss that on for right now. I know it's bad. We're gonna toss it on for right now. Okay. I know it's bad. We're gonna toss it on for right now. I know it's bad. We're gonna toss it on for right now. 18 seconds.
Need something for it?
Excuse me. Huh. That is interesting. Like watching a gambler. I mean, that's what it is, right? It's just pulling a slot machine. Okay. For ce weapon. Did mention on Discord today ultimate cooldown was not working with Bloodlance. Interesting.
Huh.
I wonder if they know it doesn't put the tag on in game, like in town. Well, actually, I can test that right now. Seems to work. Appears to work. They might just not know that it doesn't apply the tag while you're in town. RPGs are very gambling adjacent. You're gambling your time for dopamine.
Father bless. What do you need?
Let's go, baby. Do I even use this or do I use Fist of Fate? Hey, yo, TK.
IO Mac.
What it do, what it do, what it do? Thank you very much for the 9 months. You know what that means? We just had a baby. Where are my Fists of Fate pants? Let's go. Bloodless Scream. Fists of Fate pants. Bloodless Scream. Fuck it. We gave your whoever needed to, I think. Wherever it's funnier. Oh yeah, baby, dude. The Bloodless Scream gloves with the Fists of Fate pants. We're having a conversation right now. Congrats on the MacroBioBoi. What up, No Stash? What's poppin'? We are doing core skills. The Bone Storm build is very funny. Remember when damage to cursed was better than dot? Man, what an awesome time to be alive.
All right, traveler.
So what do I need to fit? I need to fit Sever, Sacrificial. Well, let's see what the cooldown looks like, right? What are we doing right now? We are doing some interesting stuff. We are attempting to make a Sever core skill build work with a new effect. Oh, how many things can I hit him with?
I'm not ready yet.
It's an amount of them.
I need more essence. I'm not ready yet.
So it's like Sever. Here, let me do the actual skill tree, and the drop rate of the chaos are not abysmal. I guess I'll do that. 2, 3, 4. Five. Which alts? We don't need to put more points in. Interesting. There's no corpse explosion on here. I need to eat corpses. I have to. God wills it. So then I can't fit this. Sure. Wither. Sacrificial. Three points from here. 3 points. Yeah, it's 3 points from everywhere on the board. 2, 3, 4, 5. Just a bad board. That's okay though. Okay. All right, this one's unnecessary. Scent of death. Little DR. Frailty. Okay. Okay. Res looks bad. Let's go get our boy. Does Solriff give you that bone prison wouldn't? Or did you also already have bone prison on your skill bar? What is the difference between bone prison and soul rift? Oh. Ow. I suspect that Ulrich Thompson. Who is Ulrich Thompson?
Because you think I'm a pathetic child.
I'll watch your back. We need the reinforcements. I'm with you, friend.
Bone Prison is an instant 50% multiplier, while Soul Rift has to build up. What else is different between Bone Prison and Soul Rift? Think more fundamental. Nope. That is not the important part. There is like, if you were to start at the base of these two skills, there is a more fundamental building block. That is the difference between the two. We one-shot Duriel and other bosses in Season 10 again. Can't test on console. Oh yeah. Yeah, you'll be one-shotting bosses once you have endgame gear. You don't need the Essence Gen, the Darkness tag. There you go. Got it in one, baby.
Not bad.
Sure.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
All right, so res is going to be handled. Armor is going to be handled. I'm gonna need more crit chance. Okay.
Unexpected. That there is worth the coin.
Sure. The only bad stat.
Worth the coin.
The only bad stat twice.
Not bad.
Okay.
Unexpected. Huh.
Mm-mm-mm-mm. Where's my cax room? Where's my cax rune? Where's my cax rune? Huh. It's in here? There it is. Thank you. Up.
I carry the best. Shots of. Come back and see.
Okay. Keep thinking about this a little bit. Okay. So I will need a diamond. I will need these. Okay. I need crit chance. So it is Reaping Lotus, Sacrificial, Damned, Grasping Veins? What up, Mustangs? Thank you very much for the follow. How goes it? Goes well. We're going to be trying out some Sever core skill build here. Try to make it work. I want it to work. We just got to make it work. Grasping Veins. That's not what I wanted to put there. Oh. Sacrificial. Then Damned. All right, so now the question is, does this work? Does it do anything? Let's see.
Anything could be lurking here.
Let's see, we have a 10-second cooldown on this thing. Pretty bad.
I'm not ready yet. I'm out of essence. I need more time. essence. More time.
Huh. Still too much cooldown. What if I masterwork crit? Shake, go. Da da da. Da 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 da. Crit is gonna suck. We'd have to solve crit. Maybe Fists of Fate doesn't work. We'll figure it out. Did I put in? Oh, I didn't put in perks. You're so right. I have this one, obviously. Hold on. Perks. I forget perks exist.
The beast lives within you.
None of these other ones really matter. Kinda stinks. This one does. That one helps too a bit.
I need more time. I lack the required essence. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time.
We do this instead. Hold on.
I'm not ready yet. I'm low on essence. I'm I'm not ready. I need more time.
No. Do I think an ultimate blood surge build will work? I do not. Well, rather, I think you can make it functional. I don't think it will do damage.
I'm out of essence. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Like, the answer can be an amount of cooldown reduction that is just insane, right? Can you do a little guide? This isn't a build yet, friend. I have not figured out anything. I'm not going to educate people on something that is unfinished. The build guides that I have out right now for Bone Storm and Chaos Burst are done. Those planners are done. But this is... I'm literally figuring this out while you're watching me. Sorry about the screenshot I'd posted in Discord. You are forgiven. Don't like the fact that, yeah, they don't need to drain health at all. Yeah, no problem, Ozito. I have 2 videos out right now that both have build planners in them. They're also both in my Discord. You can check the link in the description. I guess I could get like infinite runes and then craft infinite Shakos. I don't want to do that. I guess we have to. Or I could just pop unique caches until I get a good one. Sure. I don't know which one is faster. It's got to be doing it this way. There we go. So on a Bone Mage build, as long as you put the 3 points into Bonded and Essence, they do go infinite. You just have to click Raise Skeleton a competent amount of times. This also solves armor a bit. Kind of interesting. Five-second cooldown starts to feel manageable. Maybe I see if we at least double Masterwork credit. Well, I don't run builds that you have to triple Masterwork crit anything, so you don't have to worry about that. I would not subject people to that.
One of my better pieces.
Hell yeah, brother. Good. All right. Right on, brother.
I cannot.
My crit chance is now trash. Right on, brother. How do I get crit chance? Crit chance is 48, is 60, is 73? I could swap them. See if that does anything. Right on, brother. I hate this right here a lot. I just felt like people should know that. Right on, brother. Okay. Right on, brother. Hell yeah.
Ah, yes. You see power.
Okay. Let's go back, see if we can make this work. Stupid question. Ring of Sacrilegious Soul would be useless in this build? It would not be useless, no. We don't have an essence cost, Dre. So half of its power just like doesn't exist. Miss Infinimist? I also miss Infinimist.
I'm not ready. I'm out of essence. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time.
It's the inconsistency that is the problem.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
I know, I mean, like, its damage is trash, right?
I'm not ready yet. I lack the required essence. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Okay. Hold on.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Get rid of Cax Rune. Or swap one of these over to... Hold on. What is making Sever shoot out so many sides? There is a power this season that makes you shoot out 5 Severs and then Reaping Lotus. Wish that D4 had Twitch extension to see stuff. That'd be really cool. The games that you're talking on are all local server, like the local host maintains all the data. The servers maintain the data here, so they would have to open up their APIs, and they don't want to do that. That's how you get to modding and stuff. So, I agree, but the other games that you're talking about are all single-player games. How many of those Severs actually hit? 3 of the primary ones seem to. Each class has their own suite of perks. Yeah. You're just not seeing it. Have faith. Hydrate, thank you. Yes, so this changes the skills fundamentally. It changes all the ultimates and all the core skills. Okay, so here's the idea. How is this many not immediately resetting?
I need more time.
How? How?
I'm not ready yet.
No, like something is wrong.
I need more time.
Okay. All right, fucker. All right, fucking stupid asshole idiot baby. Where the fuck is it? It's not doing it. It's impossible for it to be doing this. It's just not working. It's not doing it. It's just not. It's just not doing it. Cleared 110 with Blood Spear plus ATB Soul Rift. Can you help me to understand what that means, O's? Zanzek says, whenever I cast an ultimate skill, reduce my active ultimate cooldown by 1.5 seconds. There is an ultimate. I cast Sever. I now spam Zek. I'm triggering it 2 times per second. It is not reducing the cooldown of Sever. No, I know Alter the Balance. I don't know what Blood Spear plus Alter the Balance Soul Rift means as a concept. Alter the Balance is what's turning it into an ultimate.
I'm not ready yet.
Spamming them both on my mouse wheel like I did with Shadowblight. What is the spamming the Soul Rift doing? Getting you... when you stagger core? This one? Army isn't an ultimate anymore. It is an ultimate. They don't stop being what they are. They just gain the other tag. The reduced by 1 does work, yes. Y'all are currently watching me do those things. What up, Hunter? So Zek Rune doesn't work with ATB, is the answer. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right. Well, that should be fixed eventually. Ultimate cooldown temper does work, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna get Sever anywhere where it really matters, is kind of the issue here. Like, we need... I'm not gonna lie to you, like, the lucky hit chance on Army of the Dead feels not great. Like, the amount of procs... Oh, is Army of the Dead's lucky hit chance a reflection of the total number of projectiles?
I need more time.
Huh. All right, let's do the best that we can with it and see where it goes. That's not gonna help. That kind of helps. Chaos Burst or random. I think, like... I think, like, Beast Cornered ends up just being better. Decrepify is applied with a rune word.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, before I write this off, let's just go run it. Cast chaotic cooldown with Sever's mobility skill to see which cooldown takes precedence. I did. The mobility skill does not apply its cooldown. Oh, the chaotic cooldown? I did not. No. The cooldown is just not replaced with the Inexorable Reaper. So I wouldn't think that it would randomly choose a cooldown which is not applied to this skill. If you can build a new Reap Necro, sadly they only trigger once every like 6.5 attacks. So them doing a basic skill 1/6 of the time is not particularly valuable, IMO.
I'm not ready. I need more time. I'm not ready.
This is like nearly as janky as the Banished Lord's Talisman Sever, which is no bueno.
I need more time. I'm not ready. I need more time. I need more time.
A little bit easier to run.
I need more time.
I don't like the Fist of Fate on here, I don't think.
I'm not ready. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
Maybe I just take Blood Wave. Like, Army of the Dead isn't doing a great job. And at least Blood Wave gets me DR.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, it takes so long to get off the ground, and it's, for some reason, its lucky hit chance feels really bad. Are you genuinely excited for the upcoming changes they can't speak on? Like, truly excited? Yes. Oh, yeah. I am very ready. I am very ready for people to only be judging the game based off of whether or not they personally like the things that it's offering, as opposed to the current, you know, set of typical D4 bad things. Like, I'm ready for the discussions to just be about differences in games and not about, like, whether or not it's a finished game.
I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
By the way, and well, here's the issue, right? Like the damage against the boss is going to be bad, but that's okay. This is funny. Like, this is funny to look upon. I do think I need to get rid of Fist of Fate, though.
I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
You disagree with my statement about Reap, we run men down, but it is only once every 6 attacks? I don't know what you are disagreeing with. My statement is not, is not, it doesn't matter. My statement is the totality of the understanding of what you can and cannot accomplish with the two things, and how often it procs is directly related to your scalability of it.
I need more time.
We are saying the same thing.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
This is silly. The 10 launches looking strong. What up, Xanimus? The we have 2 build guides up right now. If you want to try them out in the PTR yourself, if you can. I don't think that we're doing damage. I don't think we're doing enough damage instances to expect an average outcome from Fist of Fate. And inconsistent combat scenarios make me really uncomfortable. I just don't like it. Okay. Now let's see what it looks like against un single target. Un target.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time.
Am I not running Cursed Aura? I am not. I cannot fit it. I'm triggering Watt via casting a skill with a cooldown.
I'm not ready yet.
And I think Blood Wave will serve us better here.
I'm not ready.
I also think attack speed would serve us better here.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. 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 I need
funny. It's a funny thing that's occurring. What does it say about Necroelties that they can be used as core skills? What does it say about them? That they have, like, fundamentally been underpowered as damage conveyance methods for a while, other than Bloodwave. What build is this? This is Sever. Believe it or not. This is a Sever build. Okay, so let's try this again. But Bloodwave. Also, okay, let's try it again. You have this build on Mobalytics? No, I write for maxroll.gg, but I don't have this build anywhere yet because you are watching me test it in real time. I'm the Necromancer class lead for Maxroll. Hell yeah, brother. Be good, TK.
An exquisite concoction.
Right on, brother. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. So let's try this with Bloodwave. And let's see. What Chaos Sheiks am I experimenting with? Blood Moon Breaches. Oh, hold on.
Are not ready yet.
Oh, hello?
Are not ready yet. Are not ready yet. Are not ready yet. Are not ready yet.
Can I kill you? Up, 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 up. Oh. I need to use that other power. Yeah, I'm getting inconsistent damage on my multipliers from Wither, and then I'm getting, oh, inconsistent damage multipliers from Fist of Fate. I just have very inconsistent damage output. We gotta drop Fist of Fate is the answer. Wouldn't Bloodlands just be free to cast as well with the auto-consuming Blood Orbs and Blood Orbs reducing your ultimate cooldown? It's part of it. It helps a little bit. Sadly, against a single target, you don't generate enough. Because Blood Wave doesn't generate enough. Every time I just like don't do damage feels bad. I really hate the change to Wither. Like I'm either doing 4x my damage or not. And the majority of the time I'm not. That's probably what's leading to like an exacerbation here. Oh, it also doesn't knock back anymore? How many Chaos Uniques you can use? You can equip one of each unique. And you have 5 gear slots. You can spawn multiple active soul rifts? Yep. The issue is they no longer generate resources. Like it's a different type of soul rift. It's not actually base soul rift. I'd almost rather use Blood Begets Blood on Sever with this setup. How wild bananas is that? Are Soulspires good? I don't know. I actually have not done the new content. I sadly don't have a lot of time because I'm going away this weekend. So I kind of just have to like test builds. So this is definitely better. Chaos will blow the scream. I am. In Diablo 4, it's mandatory. Oh, it's straight up mandatory for sure. Small man feels bad.
I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
So this is better.
I need more time.
I survived this? I survived both of it? Holy. Oh my god, the boy is tanky.
I'm not ready yet.
I survived this? Holy. Dude, I'm unkillable.
I need more time.
Don't need to move. I'm unkillable. Oh,
I'm not ready.
not that unkillable. Oh, not that unkillable. All right, man. That's better. Huh. Didn't they just nerf Sever a little bit? No, so they just buffed Sever a little bit. Well, sorry. The changes that they made to Sever... The changes that they made to Sever and Reaping Lotus is a net buff, except for the fact that it screws over non-Reaping Lotus in the future. Because the return damage was also nerfed, but that isn't impacted by Reaping Lotus. But the nerfs overall were in like Blight getting a nerf as well. If Ultimate Blood Surge makes it explode 5 times, it doesn't. There's a interesting There's a interesting... Sorry. Which mechanic? Hold on. Don't quote me on that. Oh, no. It's on casting Blood Surge. You already consume all corpses. Like, you consume every corpse. It can't consume corpses more. They're already consumed. I really don't like Fists of Fate. Yeah, I don't. So what pants do we put on? What up, Speedy?
So with Bex here.
First try, baby. I just thought of a very interesting thing. If we are going to be exploring after this. But for now, we're gonna do this.
I need more essence.
I'm gonna try something very interesting. Shroud of False Death is giving +2 to passive skills. That's a bug. What on earth was that, Sever? New season mechanics. New perks. Does Mystic Frost Nova give you better uptime? It does not. So, I just had a thought. Banished Lord's Talisman. You know it, you love it. Everybody loves a good old Banished Lords, right? Banished Lord's Talisman pants? Plus Crown of Lucian. And you get your ultimate skill to cost enough so that every other cast of it overpowers. And then what do you do? No one's quite sure after that point. Aren't the whole castle held by the Hope? I don't know what that question means. I'm sorry. Well, we already know what happens with Bone Spirit. Or I'm sorry, I already know what happens with Bone Spirit because Sirach is already playing it. Where?
I'm not ready yet.
I'm doing poorly because I don't have... Hold on. I don't have... I kind of don't care about this anymore. It's actually where I'm at. Unmaker does not work with Soul Rift when you do this. I forgot to apply vulnerable is the thing that I forgot. Save. Okay. Here's the thought. Crown of Lucian. Banished Lord's Talisman. Right? We're here. We're here. We're here. We're here. Bloodless Scream for sure. No question. I need new stuff up here. I won't need this. This. Banished Lord's Talisman, Crown of Lucian, Bloodless Scream. Nice.
My hammer sings on your return.
Hold on, let me do this real quick. Hold on. Rename this one as Sever Alt. Okay, and then put on this. Okay, and let's do an Infernal Horde. We've kept 4. Oh, those are fleeting hordes. I don't want fleeting hordes. I want new ones. Is Corpse Explosion viable? Yes. It's viable in Season 9 right now. You can go do Pit Tier 100 if you would like to. I put out a build guide on it. Wait, do you have to do fleeting hordes to... No, these are the pre-torment one. Does he spawn at the end of all of these? I'm more and more lost in the sauce. So the idea is that you make the ult so that it triggers Banished Lord's Talisman every other cast. You get enough restore resource so you can always cast it. Oh, hold on. You need 666 Aether. Does that exactly? Or like, what's the deal? I'll do Soul Spires. That's the cost. Gotcha. Oh, I don't have my aspects on. That's okay. It's actually super not okay. I dare say it is the opposite of okay. Let's go do a different build. What runes do I use for Necro? It depends on your build. There is no one answer to that question. Now here's a real build. Here's a real man's build. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Soul Spires. Soul Spires. Have double health while standing near. All enemies killed count as in range. Massive spawn Hellborn. Interesting. Been tagging the cooldown out? Yes, they fundamentally changed them completely. They are not the same skill.
I'm not ready. I need more time. I'm not ready.
The range on this is way too small. Did I misunderstand what this is offering?
I'm not ready.
What does this do? Am I supposed to get these boys?
I'm not ready.
Oh, I need to catch them.
I need more time.
Gotta catch them all. Pokemon. Sir? What runes do you use for mage minion necro? You use Nagu. Well, it depends a little bit. If you check my build guide, I have the ones listed there. You can either check the video I put out, or you can go to Maxroll. I feel like you still need to be way too close to this Soul Spire. Like, am I crazy? This thing is supposed to be, if you're nearby the Soul Spire and kill monsters, it counts for that Soul Spire, right? I'm not stupid. Also, didn't we used to be able to see the buffs too? Welcome home, madams. You're welcome. The monsters don't need to be in the circle. They never had to be in the circle. What the fuck was the point of that? Oh, I now teleport. Okay. Why do I now teleport?
I'm not ready.
Oh, because there's a mechanic. Ah. Okay. Aether goblins. Sure, man. Oh, wait, so hold on. Monsters now have to be in the Soul Spire? And if they're not, without that perk, it doesn't count? Is that the truth now? If that's true, man, that sucks the moon out of the sky. What are y'all doing? What's that? Fly into the shadow? This costs 400 now? Bro. Is it all bad?
I cannot do that here.
What? What was that?
I cannot do that here.
Olsards, thank you for the follow. Also, Siktir and Panos Kritikos, Aaron M. Shaw, and Porus Gun, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I missed those. You can't see my build right now, Olsarge, here, but if you go to YouTube, I just put up my Bone Storm build guide there. What the that can't... Alright, let's try that again before I start having very strong opinions. Like, Soulspires sucked before, and now they're worse? like I want to make sure I'm not misrepresenting this. But they weren't worth your time to do before, and it sucked that you had to be in them. Now have a chance? What are we talking about? No, because them exploding is not you casting a macabre skill. Have double while standing near a soul spire. All enemies killed count as in range. Bro. Yes, this is how spires worked. The way Soul Spires used to work was that if you are in the Soul Spire and you kill monsters, you got, like, the whole thing was you had to be in the range of the Soul Spire. Not that the monsters had to be in range of the Soul Spire. Now the monsters have to be, and if I take this perk, it works like it used to? I already test Bloodlance as an alt. I have clicked the button. It's not particularly good, and it doesn't have great uptime against a single target. Other people are messing around with it and not having much success. I'm gonna try it myself as well, but I don't have high hopes for really any of these skills as alts other than Bone Spirit. Now spawn as ambushes. Bro, that is crazy. Dude, this is a swing and a miss, Blizzard. This means that you need to, like, not kill monsters as they come near you, so that they'll be in the spire range.
I need more time.
How do you... Okay.
I need more time.
No, crit. You can eat a corpse twice.
More time.
It absolutely worked like that before, Walker. I do not know where the confusion comes from. It is absolutely 100% how it worked previously. You just had to be in the spire range, and anything you killed counted. Why builds that were melee range sucked? Because you couldn't kill stuff because they wouldn't spawn near you.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Hell yeah, little goblins.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
It's a bug, Hanabi.
I'm not ready.
Oh, that's a big goblin. What's going on, Commodore? We are making heads and tails of the new stuff coming out. Chaos Bringer. He who brings chaos.
Are not ready yet. Are not ready yet. Are not ready yet. I do not have any potions. Are not ready yet.
Ah, close. Haven't been to what's happening? What is occurring? What is this? Why am I a spooky ghost? What is that? You haven't been to Diablo in nearly a year. What is the current meta? Can you be more specific? Like in season 9 on the Necromancer? What is the strongest pit pushing build? Bloodwave? Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. No, this sucks. That sucks so bad. Huh. I'm fine with chaos items being chase items. My issue with them is like how are people going to like you're going to have like 3 different sets of gear. What are chaos armor? We're testing them out for the upcoming season. You don't have to worry about them, but they are a new function. Infernal hordes, chaos rifts really reward mobility, fast pop, clear damage, unstoppable, unhindered, and immune. If your build doesn't have these things. Equipping chaos armor, being a necromancer, etc. They feel very anti-rewarding. Huh. Yeah, if y'all haven't seen, like, Chaos Armor is dropping from a lot of different places. Like, I've gambled Chaos Armor. But if they're not chase items, or if they're not transformative when you get them, like, there are going to be perfect setups with them. There are going to be, I got Fists of Fate chest. Do I put it on? You have room for Cursed Ore with so many Chaos uniques, rune words. Use Tam Watt or Igni Watt. Let me stretch real quick. I've been sitting for 3 hours. I'll be honest with you. I did not have a particularly great time in the Infernal Horde. Soulspires felt really, really, really bad. The shorter ones seem like you're gonna have to, like, I'm using a build that isn't gonna exist, right? That is able to clear the entire screen just by standing still. I'm on the PTR. How do I get into the new season? You make a new character. And then you boost them. Just like you would in a new season. To play the season, you gotta make a seasonal character. You want ads? We'll run ads. We'll run ads now. Obviously running 2 Infernal Hordes isn't good enough, right? But I felt really, really penalized for wearing Chaos Armor. Stop saying that shit. Gotta be a realist. Advocate for the fun. I'm advocating for a thing that works, because when you shut off the server and it just goes away because they can't fix it, that's not fun. QB, your minions, for all intents and purposes, are just like you using a skill. So any logic you would apply to a skill, you would apply to them. Also, yeah, I don't know how Death Trap Rogue is still in the game in the way that it currently is. Shroud is shouldn't be in the game. Yes, I agree with that. It is just too strong. Let me get up and stretch, get some water. I want to run some more hordes once I have a build that isn't as whatever this is as this is. Yeah. Oh, hey, real quick. If you're watching on YouTube and you wouldn't mind, if you could click like on the video, that'd be huge. I'm part of the Maxroll team. I am. I'm the Necromancer class lead for Maxroll. That's why all I do is play the Necromancer. By the way, I was doing all of that so that I could re-roll a ring. Or an amulet? What was I trying to re-roll? This? I don't remember. All right, I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes. Oh, Now it is. You can post that in the Druid Max Roll Discord. I think Icy Troll does that resource, but I do not know. I don't think there's any universe where you make mythics chaos items. So, like, the way I see chaos items right now are you find one and it lets you do something with your build you couldn't otherwise do. We will come up with what is the best total combination. But, like, people should, like, our build guides aren't going to say, like, all right, boys, here you go, and just put on your Chaos GA Lucky Hit Chance Fist of Fate as pants, and just put on your Chaos Crown of Lucian with your GA on cooldown reduction boots, and then go get your Chaos Bloodless Scream GA Darkness Skill, GA Lucky Hit Resource, and put that on your chest. And then, you know what I mean? Like, that's just, like, we will show what a perfect build could look like. But I don't think anybody should expect to get there. What up, Grief? What's cooking? I made a Sever alt build. It's not great. I think you could do Pit Tier 100 on it. The gear requirements are kind of wild. It runs Fists of Fate, so you have like a double chance to just do no damage. Feels bad. I don't like it. I was using Blood Wave as a lucky hit chance to proc it against single targets to be able to cast it more often. And that's with GA double Masterwork crit cooldown reduction Shaco. With cooldown reduction on all three pieces here. And Fist of Fate with a GA on lucky hit chance. Fists of Fate are very much a mythic level item for sure. I think if you took Fists of Fate, cut all the stats in half, and then let it be a mythic, then you're in business. What other things are too powerful? I mean, the Chaos Armor is too powerful. It's just too strong. But are there any like problematic ones? Lidless Wall, yes. I did grief. You put Shadow Blight on it, right? How far did I make it with Corpse Explosion? I haven't done Corpse Explosion yet. Sever Freeze. 115. 115 on base Sever. Oh, server freeze. I'm a B. I'm a B. How do I make this work? Wait, so I'm sorry, Grieve. We're talking about the Bone Storm build, right? Not Sever. What are you working on now? I'm gonna do ultimate. I'm gonna do overpower ultimate. That's what I'm doing. How many pit tiers would you assume Shadow Mages are versus Mendeln Mages? PTR, of course. I have no idea how to calculate that. This video, right? I'll be honest, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to gather from this video. Been thematically interesting for Alter the Balance if instead of core skills, it would say basic skills become ultimates. But I think it would have been thematically interesting. I don't know what thematically interesting means in that. Or just because it says alter the balance and basic is the other end of ultimate. Sure. RXH in Curze, thank you for the follow. But Shadow Mages are now significantly worse than Pure Mendel for pit pushing. As like a basis of that question. What build am I trying to make here? What ult? Doing it. People want to see Army of the Dead is what people want to see. It's just so hard to scale its damage. But we make it overpower. It just has no multis. Like, Army of the Dead sucks because it doesn't have multipliers. Soul Rift? No. It's not, well, and Bone Storm will just lag the server. I guess it's Blood Wave. I guess we see if we can do a different form of Blood Wave. Make it interesting, though. Make it Bone Blood Wave? I would have to drop a unique, though. Yeah, but that same thing could be said of everything mic drop. That's not the same thing as Army of the Dead having legitimate scalability. Like, put it this way. Army of the Dead doesn't have a key passive. If Necro has issue maintaining fast with minus 120 essence from Chaos Perk. What do you believe minus 120 essence? What is minus 120 essence? This? This doesn't cap out at minus 120. This is as many stacks as you can stack. Right? That's what I did? Yeah, this doesn't have a cap to it. This is just every time you cast it, you get a stack. My brain is feeling bad. Army of the Dead is bad. And it used to say 121 times multiplier, and then it got dropped down to 3. And Army of the Dead sucks. Do I do it anyways because it's cool to look at it? Alright. What I'm about to do would work for anything, so it's kind of okay. Nope. Like, Blight multiplier that works for minions doesn't work for Army of the Dead. Can overpower Army of the Dead? Yes, I can. All right, so we're not doing a darkness build, so we don't need Bloodless Scream. When this is a core skill, does it now gain 4 skill ranks from this? Real fast. Okay. Is that good enough? Well, it's a core skill, so I use Air of Perdition anyways. Why am I even looking at this helmet? You almost got me, game. Raven, you have to be out of town for it to apply the tag.
Fashion this into something.
Okay. So do. I don't need Bloodless Scream. What would I wear instead? Okay. So I would wear a lidless wall, right? Yeah. Would I? It'll be hard to fit it in. I can't use Unyielding Commander. So I put Apogeic on my two-hander? Sure. And then I need... Oh, what do I use for an amulet? Do I have Coalesce Blood? Why can't you use Unyielding Commander? Because when you recast the spell, it doesn't reapply its multiplier.
More loyal friends you will not find.
No, I have to use the ability to be able to cast it fast enough, Mike. Unyielding Commander is bugged, is why we can't use it. Ebon Piercer? Just use regular gloves? I'll just use regular gloves. I'll use regular gloves. I will use these gloves. Where are they? Are they on me right now? They are. I use those gloves. I had rings picked out. And then I need an amulet. Maybe I need to gamble a new amulet. Maximum resource might be required, actually. I need a lot of resource. I'm using Crown of Lucian. Oh, you mean swap them over to gloves and then use Blood Moon Breaches? There's a value there. I lose out on a lot of attack speed. I'm going to keep these on for right now. I might also need aspect slots. I'm not too sure. I don't think so, but I might. Looking for imperfectly balanced, coalesce blood. I would even kind of take Death's Embrace. I would also take amplified damage. I'll take Death's Embrace, sure.
Great honor. Great
Okay.
soul.
Leave that off for right now. Okay. Grandfather? No. You almost got me though. Almost. You almost got me, Blade of Zangor. Have I thought about a Bone Splinters build? I have. Yeah. Does Evan Pierce interaction look like with Blight as an ultimate? Nothing. It doesn't change anything. None of these sides are good. None of these sides are good. Toasty. That's fine. All right, there we go. Summon damage is the same as crit.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How
It's actually
may I
fine.
help
Okay.
you? My magics await your return.
I was thinking about something like that, Mike. I don't feel like it is good enough, basically, but I was thinking of something like that. Okay, so let's take off everything, and first, this is what I need. I'm at 179 resource with... Did I do a skill tree already? I did. Okay. Okay, so I can do it. Cost goes up to 110. I'd like cost to go higher. Do I have resource cost reduction anywhere? We're in Caxrune as well. Do I need Banished Lord's Talisman to do this? I do. Yeah, okay. What up, Matician? I am too early into my testing to have that for you. There's just so much to test. Blood Surge is so OP, you should try that. No thank you. Okay. I think we need like a single temper of golem damage. Why not? Blood Surge doesn't have a lot of great potential for being able to scale. I'm also currently doing a thing. Yeah, I think I need to do golem damage here. And then when I masterwork, this will get up there? Sure. Okay. Nice. We got there. This, I kind of care about the attack speed, don't I? Sure. Okay. This we just have to hit Army of the Dead. There's no other way around it, sadly. Ripper Dipper. Masterworking is fun. Everybody likes to masterwork. Good enough. Could not be bothered. I cannot spend my life doing this thing. Okay, so now we're here, right? That can all stay. It's this. There's just like nothing to use it with. Like Crazy Brew, sure. mean, sure. Like, there's not anything to do with alter the balance for when you're spamming an ultimate skill. Because you're not going to cast a different core skill to cast this one. Is that trying for a power siphon? No. So the gameplay loop would be like I have 186 essence. I have an essence cost of 110. I could cast it 3 times. Then drink this. Now I don't have a resource cost. Now it's not overpowering. There's no... Oh, and this will just turn off my thing. So I have nothing. I have no things to do. Okay. Coolio. Fucking sick. Okay. Julio. Blamio, Hotman. Paragon. This is why I didn't want to do Army of the Dead. It's bad. What do I have? Flesh Eater, Scent of Death, Frailty. Nothing. Blood begets blood? How do I get blood orbs? Here? Okay. Lemio Hutman. Lemio Hutman. Infinite touch necro into the boards. I changed personally. The major like restriction point on the boards for Necromancer is because like all of our stuff is powerful, right? Like, if you go look at other classes, their boards are not nearly as powerful. What their boards are interesting. And I would trade interesting for powerful most days of the week. Yes, that is Avatar, La Last Airbender. Flameo, Hutman. Oh, I think this is where we run decks. Typically. Hutman. So then what do I do here instead? Amplify? Let me go, Hutman. And let's go to here. When does the new season drop? Like a little bit over a month from now. Infinite touch necro. That's a real one right there. Rez, figure it out. Hello?
I lack the required essence.
Oh, interesting. This to work, I need 11 more resource. Can I get 11 more resource? Is there a way for me to get 11 more resource? I could with a GA. But at least for right now, I'll drink this. Alright, so I need armor. I'll need Unomasaki. I don't need res. Oop. Boop. 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 Casting a skill with a cooldown. And I don't need Zan. Casting a skill with a cooldown and Watt to apply my curse. The potion has the downside of also reducing my essence cost. Which is, so I need to be at 1/2 of 275 so that every other cast it will trigger.
Cannot use that.
Very interesting issue to have. Cooldown. And Watt. Okay. And now I just put on some multipliers. What's my crit chance? Crit chance is pretty good, actually. Alright, so this is going to be Apogeic. I'm at Brawler? No, actually, not the worst, right? Great Feast. Behemoth. And then Sacrificial? Unyielding commander even though it's bugged? Oh no. Yeah, man. All right. Excited to see a new class. I'm excited to see a new class. What's good, Buddha? How you doing? All right, let's see what it do. Let's see what it do. Here we go.
I need more time. I need more time. I have no potions. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
Y'all, the answer can't be nothing. You know, not every build is made for every content type. Hold on. Not everything is made for every content type. What if this is the best speed farming build we've ever played? You know, like what if I absolutely wreck this Infernal Horde?
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Like how valuable is it to just be able to hold down a button?
I'm not ready.
Of undirectable, unscalable damage.
I need more time. I need more time.
Have Hellborn spawned yet? The first thing makes it so that Hellborn don't even spawn. It's they have a chance to be in the ambushes?
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
And they go away at the end of a wave? Didn't we used to be able to see the boons? I just like, I can't see the effect of the boons that I have picked. Like this, like, where do they spawn? Where do they spawn from? I picked ambush, and what was the other one that I picked? You 100% used to be able to see them all listed out. No question. Ooh, okay. All right, okay. Masses have a chance to spawn Hellborn. I don't know what's happening. Oh, I have to protect this thing. Okay. I assume the more life it has at the end, the more Aether I get. I don't know how Necro is going to do the Infernal Horde. What up, Vanilla?
Hi,
Any
Marco.
chance I can do a
Any
flip?
chance you can do a flip?
I mean, I can literally do a flip, yes. I was a parkour instructor. Thank you very much for the bet.
I'm not ready yet.
Can we see?
Can you watch me do a flip? No, I am not iShow speed. If I break my computer, I'm out of a job. But I appreciate the second bet. Thank you. Technically speaking, there are old videos of me doing parkour. Dude, the goblin... Dude, this sucks. Like, this hard sucks. I feel bad doing this.
Okay, working on a project. Maybe next time. Love you, bye.
Thank you for the third bit. Good luck to you.
I'm not ready.
Oh, here's a bunch of guys. I feel like the Chaos Rifts are the only things kind of saving it for me.
Are not ready yet.
And these are gonna go away, right? Chaos Rifts just shouldn't go away. But the base Infernal Horde should also be, like, good to do. I don't know, just killed him. Wait, does the wave end when you die? Oh, that thing can be targeted? That's sick, dude. What is killing me? My build isn't squishy. This is the tankiest build I've made. This is the most life I've had. And it's not even close. I was running like that Aether Burst with like 6k less max life. The effects in these hordes are just like doing significantly more damage than anything else is. Which is fine, it's just, it's weird. Like, no joke, I mean, the barrier gen on this is pretty... I feel like the lucky hit chance on Army of the Dead is, like, pretty lackluster somehow. Like, there's 40,000 of these dudes running around, and I'm just, like, not generating barrier. I'm getting, like, a little bit sad. Like, something about the lucky hit chance on Army of the Dead feels porked. There's a chance that its lucky hit is based on the number of skeletons procced. And that's why it feels so bad. There does not appear to be an upper limit, but also these are not souls. These are volatile undead. But no, there does not appear to actually, like, they just spawn over their entire duration. Oh, you don't, oh, I thought you fought him there. Oh, spooky.
You will find only your own death. Destroy me.
Oh. Huh. Does he drop Obdicite? He does. Okay, he drops everything. Okay. Hmm. Okay. If Sever can't do alter the balance, Bone Spirit can. Bone Spirit can. Blight gets nothing from it. Bloodlance is a bad skill. Blood Surge is a bad skill. Then we just start playing around with a Beast Cornered and Marred Guard. Like this, and just see what core skills do. What up, Miles? How's season 2? Season 2 was okay. Have I tried Lidless Wall Bonestorm as a core skill? I have. If you want to check it out, I have it up on YouTube. Season 10? There's a lot of interesting stuff going on. I kind of hate the Infernal Horde now. Yeah. Yeah, there's like a lot going on in it, and then like one of them is just like, and now an Etheric Mass might spawn a Soul Spire, which if you haven't gotten the other boon that doesn't actually increase how much Aether you get, Soul Spires are now the old Soul Spires. And then with your third boon, your Soul Spire will give you more doodly boobs. And it's like, why would I click any of these when the Chaos Rift is right there? Did I hear about the gay spider? He came out of the closet? I don't know what that means. I don't think that puns are predicated on sometimes a bug is sometimes in a closet. I need the pun to be better than that. Macros in here while my baby is sleeping. Hey, well, hold on. Shh. Sleepy baby. Congratulations on your baby. I hope I don't wake them up. Huh. I think I'm gonna make a video covering this and mostly just talking about what I tried to do with it and use it as a jumping off point to highlight why Army of the Dead is bad. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. All right. Give me a quick second. I'm going to come back and we're going to talk about this build.
Welcome to my home away from home.
I've not played Bloodwave yet. All right. Army of the Dead, Infernal Horde, bad. Okay. You might be asking yourself, what's this? Is it good? Is it really good? Is it the best thing you've ever seen? Is it the coolest build I've ever made that does nothing? Is it actually this? Absolute mayhem? That just keeps going and going and going and going and going? The answer is yes. It's a terrible build. And I want to use this video actually just as a reason to try to give some feedback for Army of the Dead. A lot of the issues that the skill, the build, and the identity that it has, the crisis of an identity that it has. And I guess I'll also show you what I tried to do with it, because this was like what I felt one of those eureka moments, one of those strokes of genius where I was like, oh my God, you can do that. How cool is that? And then ultimately it was just a giant pile of crap. Now, I'm going to use this tech for other builds, and hopefully we can make other things do cool stuff with it. But let's go ahead and talk about Army of the Dead. The skill with no identity, no scaling, nothing but bugs, and a major issue that it needs to overcome if it's ever going to return to the meta as a thing other than a buff with an aspect attached to it. A long while ago, Army of the Dead finally got a large enough multiplier for it as a skill to be able to do damage. At one point, this thing said gain 121 times its damage. 12,100% increased damage. And oddly enough, that was a little bit too strong. And walking out of the season where that was the case, it got nerfed down to what it currently is. 200% damage, or a 3 times multiplier. Now, sadly, you would think that Army of the Dead, something that quite literally refers to raising your skeleton mages and warriors, is actually a skill that is strictly better without minions attached to it, where the irony of this being that the only way to scale it is to kind of put minions onto it, and then at that point you're actually losing more damage than you're gaining. Let me go ahead and explain. You see, Army of the Dead isn't a minion skill. Army of the Dead is a summon skill. And you may think that as a Necromancer, we have a lot of different ways of being able to scale summon damage. I mean, look at Hellbent Commander. Hellbent Commander says increase your damage for summon damage as long as you have 7 minions out. So why would I ever make an Army of the Dead build without this activated? Why would I ever make an Army of the Dead build without minions? Well, while your minions are summons, your summons aren't minions. And why also on this exact same build would I ever be using Rathma's Vigor when our minion passive is right here? Well, that's the start of the problem. Army of the Dead doesn't actually have a key passive because Kalan's Edict doesn't increase summon damage. It increases your minions' damage and your minions' attack speed. It doesn't actually increase summon damage at all. And since Army of the Dead isn't a minion skill, all of a sudden you can see where a lot of different things that may be able to scale it don't really quite work with it. Now in our Paragon, we do have the glyph of Dead Razor, and Dead Razor is going to increase Paragon nodes for their bonuses to minion damage and damage reduction, but it does have each time one of your summons deals damage to an enemy, you're going to take increased damage from you in total. So that would work, but the bonus of the glyph only works on a single board. And that board is Cult Leader. There's nowhere else where there are any nodes that increase your minion or summon damage at all. So let's go ahead and look at Cult Leader for a second. Cult Leader around its glyph slot has summon damage right here. And it also has summon damage on this node as well, but when we look at all the other nodes, they are particular to individual minion types, as well as giving your minions armor and maximum life, something that they don't need. But obviously, the legendary glyph here on the summon board would absolutely increase your damage. But look again, this increases your minion damage, not your summon damage. And your Army of the Dead can't gain attack speed even in the first place. But regardless, this doesn't work for the build at all. And then when you start looking at the rest of the Paragon boards that exist, the only ones that actually have multipliers that work for Army of the Dead, since you can't give it like the Darkness tag or the Bone or the Blood tag or make it do shadow damage or anything like that, are Scent of Death, a generic crit multiplier, Flesh Eater, generic multiplier from eating corpses. You have Frailty, generic multiplier for applying curses. And then Blood begets Blood, which you need to pick up blood orbs to be able to get a multiplier that has a duration on it. And it turns out Army of the Dead isn't particularly good at making blood orbs. So in the Paragon board, we don't have really any synergy other than quite literally a single glyph and no board for it. But again, that shouldn't be a problem, right? You run your minions and you run Army of the Dead and they work together. It has an amazing aspect, Unyielding Commander. Why am I not referencing that? The thing is huge.
Good place for us to regroup.
Unyielding Commander luckily does give you summon damage. It gives you 110 summon damage. And in fact, if I were to put this onto a two-handed weapon, it'll actually give me 210 or a 3.2 times multiplier for summon damage. And this would work for Army of the Dead. The only issue is that it's bugged. It's bugged in Season 9 and it's bugged in the Season 10 PTR. Basically, if you cast Army of the Dead again before it is naturally over, like before its duration runs out, you actually don't get the benefit of Unyielding Commander at all. It just doesn't apply to you. It's a very weird thing where, luckily in Season 9, you can space out your Army of the Dead casts fast enough, or you can space out your Army of the Dead casts long enough where you can have 100% uptime on this, but you actually just use that to increase your minion damage. It doesn't actually make Army of the Dead do a measurable amount of damage in the first place.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
And obviously there's also Sanguivore, Blade of Zir. This thing is quite literally airmarked as the Army of the Dead sword. There's just a little bit of an issue with it. While it says a lot of different things, when you're fighting monsters that aren't dying automatically, like that don't just get popped in a single attack, like the moment that you step into a pit, you actually have to consume corpses to be able to get enough souls to make this thing pop off. You have to consume 20 souls you have to consume 20 corpses in between each cast of Army of the Dead. Well, what's the problem there? Just spend a little time eating corpses, and then you get a massive, massive multiplier, a 6 times damage multiplier. Well, let's just refer you back to just how quickly I was casting Army of the Dead before that. I'm currently casting Army of the Dead a little bit over 3 times per second. To be able to get the total bonus that would be required out of Sanguivore, I would have to stop and then individually consume 20 corpses. Now, you could definitely eat corpses faster than this. I could get more attack speed and then cast it again. But the entire purpose of this seasonal effect of Altar of the Balance is that you can spam all of your ultimate skills. Like if you have yet to see it, like maybe you didn't check out my previous build, let me just go ahead and show you all of the other skills being spammed at their maximum attack speed, because it's honestly quite astounding, really. This is Bone Storm. I don't have to eat 20 corpses in between this. This is just a full power Bone Storm every single time that I cast it. Similarly for Bloodwave. Again, don't need to do anything in between each one of them. I just get to cast Bloodwave at my maximum attack speed. Army of the Dead is unique in that the unique weapon for the build requires you to not cast the skill for an extended period of time to get any benefit out of it at all, as opposed to something like Apogeic Furor, which continues to give you very fast stacks of this over and over and over again, and at max stacks it gives you a 300 times, and at max stacks it gives you a 3x multiplier. Considering I'm able to cast Army of the Dead 3 times per second, using this is just actually higher average DPS than trying to fit in Sanguivore. Really, the major issue with Army of the Dead comes down to there just aren't passives for it to scale its damage, even inside of the skill tree. There is Hellbent Commander, that is the only one. You can argue that Inspiring Leader gives you crit chance, but this actually only gives crit chance at a larger amount for your minions. This is just increasing your base crit chance here. Obviously we have Finality, but this is true of every single ultimate. And then you'll notice that there aren't really other passives. Coalesce Blood works for everything. Reaper's Pursuit works for everything. You know, obviously you have Amplified Damage and Death's Embrace, but you have to start thinking about the other ultimates and just how many multipliers they get to scale into. If I was playing Bloodwave right now, I would have Coalesce Blood, and I would have Tides of Blood, and I would have Gloom, and I would have Terror. Similarly, if I was casting Bone Storm, I would have crit chance on it, being able to reset its cooldown, increase damage. It's also a darkness skill, so I get all 3 of these as well, and Coalesce Blood. Even Soul Rift, like which you would never use to do damage, but even Soul Rift, you would be able to get all 3 of these and Coalesce Blood together. Not only that, you could build either into Shadowblade as a huge damage proc, or Affliction as a base damage multiplier. But when a skill that's tagged as your minion skill doesn't scale with your minion's damage, similarly doesn't actually have a key passive, similarly doesn't actually have passives that you can put multiple points into, and similarly doesn't have anything to build into the Paragon, it just doesn't have anything to scale it. Now, that's a lot of words. It's a lot of me complaining. What was the thing I was trying to do? Like at the base of everything that we were doing, what was the idea? Well, it turns out I can make it so that our Army of the Dead even just looking at the base skill, the 2 modifiers for things like Bloodwave are going to grant you damage reduction, a huge amount of survivability, as well as Bloodwave leaving behind the Blood Orbs, a thing that you need to build into like the majority of your damage scalers. Soul Rift is going to give you a damage multiplier, as well as apply vulnerable and very powerful crowd control effects. Bone Storm is going to grant you similar damage reduction. It's also going to grant you a cap 2 attack speed and crit chance, making you do even more damage faster. But Army of the Dead has leaves behind corpses, a thing that Army of the Dead itself doesn't actually care about, and Supreme Army of the Dead, which just says it respawns your minions, things that you would rather sacrifice to get their damage bonuses, because then Memento Mori is kind of like a damage passive for us, and it gets nothing else that actually like scales it or adds on its utility to it itself, the skill. But what is the thing I was trying to do with the build? Like, if I think the build is this bad, why would I try to do anything with it? Well, it turns out that with the new seasonal effect of Alter the Balance, you're able to spam it at a very high speed. Not only that, it adds on a huge essence cost. And the cool thing about the Chaos Armors from this season is that I could wear stuff like Crown of Lucian as pants, which are not only going to grant me a massive damage multiplier, so here it's a 90% damage multiplier, but it's also going to increase my resource cost. And oddly enough, that's actually pretty valuable for the build, because if I can get my resource costs up to a really high value, something like 115, as well as using a Caxern, every other time that I cast this skill, I'm going to overpower, because it's now a core skill. And Banished Lord's Talisman on my boots say that my core skills will overpower. And if they crit and overpower, they're going to do a huge amount of additional massive damage. Since it is now a core skill, it gives it core skill ranks as well. And this combination of things should be very, very powerful. Every other Army of the Dead that I'm casting is overpowering. Since I'm casting an ultimate this fast, I can use Yule Watt to automatically apply my curses, so I don't have to fit an aspect anywhere. But I can also use Zan Cax. And Zan Cax says every single time that I cast an ultimate skill, or every 3 times, I'm going to have Cax rune word go off. So if you actually look at my Cax rune word right here, you'll see that it is perpetually going off. I literally have a 100% uptime on a greater than a 100% damage multiplier. This rune word alone just says I do 2 times damage. This says I do nearly 2 times damage and that I get to overpower every other attack, getting me another 50% damage multiplier. And this says I do nearly 2 times damage. 3 different items, all more than doubling my damage when you put it all together, should be pretty insane. And it just doesn't do anything. The skill itself as an identity crisis, where with the differentiation between summons and minions and all of our things in our skill tree and our paragon and our passives working for minions and not working for summons, Necromancer, the minion class, is hilariously enough the worst summons class. We can't buff summons in any meaningful way. We do have things like Great Feast, but this actually doesn't matter. It increases our damage, and if we did have minions, it would increase our summon damage. So it's not doing anything differently for summons. If we don't have any minions out, it gives us the exact same damage multiplier. So this thing might as well just be a generic damage multi that has this weird little essence cost thing to be able to help manage it. That has this little weird essence thing that helps to manage the economy of its power. Like here's just like another example. There is a summon specific additive damage tag. There's also an ultimate specific additive damage tag, and both of them are completely equal to critical strike damage. So if you do damage with any other skill at all, even a little bit, putting crit damage on is actually just strictly better than me putting summoning damage or ultimate damage on. Something is just wrong with how the game allows us to scale these effects, even outside of the identity crisis of Army of the Dead itself. But I do promise, this is not just complaining. I just really wanted to highlight all the different ways in which these systems don't actually give us a way to be able to navigate or explore this skill as a meaningful addition to builds outside of very specifically unyielding commander, very specifically for a minion build that's finicky as it stands because it's currently bugged, and the skill Army of the Dead itself has nothing to do with a contribution of its damage to that build. I have a solution. I actually think that the differentiation of minions, while very intelligent and made sense inside of the grander scheme of needing to make things different so that different classes could scale similarly, but there is a solution, right? We need to reunify summons and minions, at least on the Necromancer, in a way that makes sense. Basically, everything that we have that says minions in particular just needs to say summons. All of a sudden, Kalan's Edict is there, and we'd actually be able to scale Army of the Dead's damage and our minions' damage, meaning that when you put Army of the Dead onto a minion build, the ultimate is doing damage too, and having the ability to scale, and not just being a buff stick that you click every once in a while when it's off of cooldown. But also on top of that, if you are not interested in utilizing minions and you just want to use Army of the Dead as a scalable damage source, like an ultimate build like this season ostensibly wants us to be able to explore, you would be able to do that as well. Yes, you would have to do some tricky things, but maybe it'd be interesting to use something like the Keh rune, which allows you to summon a bunch of spirit wolves. Maybe you don't want your minions, but you have your spirit wolves for vulnerable. They're applying crowd control. They allow you to build into things like Hellbent Commander. They're going to trigger your Nagu rune for you, and you could get the damage benefits from your things like Kalan's Edict or Cult Leader. All of these things could be increasing Army of the Dead's damage, and they just don't. And while every ultimate has tried to get these little toys or benefits or things to be able to make them more and more interesting, right now as it stands, Bloodwave continues to be the only real damaging ultimate that we have. Bone Storm is currently used for melting servers and applying Shadow Blight. It does an okay amount of damage, but the speed at which it does its damage is just far too slow. And sadly, Soul Rift as a dot, as well as the nerfs to snapshotting, which made it so that the Unmaker helmet was basically a useless dead build, has also been left by the wayside. But even Soul Rift has better scalability and more vectors for being able to scale its damage than Army of the Dead does, which just kind of sucks. It's very upsetting. I thought I was really cooking with this. Now that being said, I'm going to swap all of this over to do a darkness, shadow blood wave and see what it looks like when you overpower every other attack without having to use things like blood orbs and figure out whether or not that does some scalable damage. But I want to put out this video. I get asked about Army of the Dead a lot. I get asked about Sanguivore, the Blade of Zir, a lot. And while you can definitely use these things, getting up to and into like Torment 3, and you can even have some success in Torment 4, right? Like if you're patient and willing to play a very slow build with a very bad gameplay loop, you'll be able to kill stuff. That's not the crux of my argument. It is, what does it look like when you try to compare these against meta builds and what they offer, and the fact that it falls flat on its face once you start doing those types of comparisons. And I figured that in a season PTR where we are meant to be casting this skill at max speed, where I get it to overpower every other attack, and I have on multiple ridiculous unique items that will never exist in the game ever again, that are like more than doubling its damage with each item slot that I'm looking at, and it's still a bad skill, that should really be a huge red flag, a huge call to action for things that are required to make Army of the Dead a viable thing, so that you don't have to hear me say it's a bad option. Oh, and as far as Sanguivore is concerned, I definitely understand the theming of Sanguivore Blade of Zir, right? It is the vampire, elder Nephilim, and they did the vampiric curse, and the idea is the vampiric curse, and those spawn summons, so maybe those summons work with Army of the Dead, because Army of the Dead will increase your summon damage, etc., etc. I do understand all of that. Like, I truly get the theming. I think that the theming of this sword is very, very cool. What I think stinks about it, though, is that it was sold as a minion weapon, and it is just terrible for minion builds. Now, people will argue, like, GA the mastery and triple masterwork crit it and get 12 ranks, bop, 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 bop. This is just strictly worse than using a regular scythe with any damage multiplier on it that grants you 50% multiplier, which you would bump up to 100% on a two-hander. Because it turns out when you already have a ton of ranks to your minions, adding on more ranks, further increasing a multiplier as opposed to adding a new multiplier, is just weaker. But I do think that Sanguivore as a sword basically doesn't cut the mustard. Also, it's a sword, but the sides have always been classically the summon. They literally have the summon damage on them. So it's not a two-handed scythe for a summoning weapon. I think that was a bit of a miss. What I would love to see, actually, is Sanguivore Blade of Zir to get reworked into a blood sword, either adding the blood skill tag to Army of the Dead, making it so that picking up blood orbs somehow works into it as well. Something that works into the vampire part of it. Because this sword is Blood God, because this sword is Blood Drinker, Blade of the Blood God. And the fact that it doesn't turn Army of the Dead into a blood skill, I think was a massive miss. I think that needs to be reworked in this way, because the consuming of corpses to be able to get enough souls to be able to get the multiplier is just a horrid game loop And if the game is going to continue to get faster and ults are going to be spammable, there's just no universe within which you can actually fit in enough action economy to make this multiplier worth not just casting the skill again without a multiplier on it. So there you go. That's what I got. That's my very long form complaint about Army of the Dead. I've made this video like 2 or 3 times over the past 2 seasons, and I've just never ended up publishing it because it is whiny, right? Nobody wants to listen to a grown man whine. I get that. But I do think that something needs to happen, and this might be the best way for me to convey all the different thoughts that go into it. If you have different opinions, if you liked my opinion, maybe click the subscribe button. I would appreciate that. Maybe click the like button as well. I promise you I am trying to lobby here to get us a better gameplay experience, to be able to have a better time playing these builds. But even if you disagree with me, let me know down in the comments. I'd love to hear from you. Thank you very, very much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that it helps, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. All right, that's what I got. Army of the Dead is bad. Is bad video. Now maybe this time I'll actually like commit and publish it. Feedback. Army of the Dead continues to underperform even with OP on every other cast. Max attack speed and multiple chaos armors equipped for multipliers. Our passives, glyphs, and paragon need to say summon instead of minions or even specific minions. And it needs vectors to gain skill tag and damage tags to build into our passives, since it neither has a passive node cluster nor a key passive. Okay. So the idea is we do a very similar thing, but, and this is a big but here. It's a big but here. But we do the same thing, but we do it for Bloodwave. And we Oh no. I forgot that you can't change... What's it called? Oh, perfect. I don't want ultimate cooldown though. Here we go. Blood needs love as soon as possible. It sure does, dude. Kid Dino, are you up to snuff, or do you still want me to explain what we're trying out? Will Wave really get better than what it already is? Maybe. You never know until you try, right? Dude. Cool.
See some steel you need.
Good enough.
My hammer sings
Oh,
on
me.
your return.
How long did I stream yesterday? Close to 11 hours. Probably gonna do similar numbers here. Well, probably like 4 more hours. I need a ring. I need a ring.
Hello, Shimna. Well, hello,
They're like hotfix GAs.
all finished, are you? Not bad. Hello, well, hello, shining beauty.
What is this GA rate? Also,
Hello, well, vastly. Hello, shining beauty.
oh, there they all are. Jesus. Jesus. It's not great.
Greetings. How shall I guide
I
you
might
my
take it
hammer?
because I'm lazy.
Vast- oh, well, hello, shining beauty. All finished, are you?
That's what your ex said? Rip. Dun, 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 dun,
More
dun.
loyal friends you'll not find.
Goodbye, amazing ring. Hello, middle power ring. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, ba-dum, 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 dun, 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 dun. Okay. Then I need a better weapon. Oh, I need a better weapon. I need better weapons.
Hello, 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 shining beauty.
Run, dun, 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 dun. Run, dun, 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 dun.
All finished, are you?
Boop, boop.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Oh, do we get a little fun with it? And do Indira's as well? How would I fit Indira's on? I wouldn't? Great. Great. The answer is no. No. No, I don't think so.
I cannot. Stars guide you.
Weapon, blood wave. Blood. Damn, this thing wants me to play Blood Surge. Nice.
Look.
Nice.
Look.
That's what I'm talking about.
Return soon.
Thought it was Necro only? Yes, that one is Necro specific.
How may I help you? Look.
I don't know what the other classes have.
Look. 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 Look.
Bum,
Look.
bum, bum, ba, da, da, da,
Look.
da.
Look. 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 Look.
Like-
Look.
Da, 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 da,
Look.
da. Okay.
Look. Look. Look.
I wonder how this works. I know. But Mac, the whole point is that you can spend. I know. Mira, I know. Mira, aquí, I know. Okay. The answer is no. At least not in the way that I want to do it. Aspect of Ultimate Shadow. Sure. Damn. Oh no, sacrificial. Sorry.
Look. 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 Look.
Boop, 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 boop. Where's Frosty? There he is. Hey. Frosty, trade with me. Frosty, come on, man. Nope. Damn it. Frosty, trade with me. Nice.
Hello.
Nice. 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 Tried Shadow Chaos Blood Surge, it hit billions. Very nice. What up, Anthony? Who are you? Guys, I traded Frosty the sex number and the weed number. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Sacrifice this, this. Nice. 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 Stork right next to you. Let's go, baby. Should have traded him pie. Oh, you're so right. Hold on. What is it? 3.1415. Wait.
Look.
3.1415.
Look.
What is it, like 7?
Look. Look.
3.14157?
Look. Look.
Nice. That's all I got. Abyssal. File of Deads makes chaos burst and infuse Corro's Embrace trigger corpses. Boom, all map is blue. Very nice. $3.14159. Damn it! When does it go 7-7? Come to Druid for a day. Nice. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. But hold on. Hold on, Frosty. Frosty, hold on. Nice. $3.14159. Oh, hold on. Oh, Frosty. Hold on. Hold on. Frosty, one more. Just one more. Frosty, come on, man. Just one more. Nice. Oh, you can't see it. Oh, no. Oh, no. I traded him 80,085 gold. Nice. All right. That spells boobs. See 7.7 in the first 200 did. 3.14159. I need to fit essence. Blood begets blood, obviously. Oh, what did I do here? This one, I could do Gravekeeper. Bloodbath. Oh, Bloodbath is where you do... Well... Hold on. Here we can do sacrificial. And then here we can do Gravekeeper. And then Frailty is where you do Dominate. Typically. But nowadays you could also do Wither, but like, I hate Wither. So, I guess I don't. So now we're at an amount of armor. We are stacked on the old res. We have way too much res. Way too much res. Is there anywhere where we can lose res that isn't like detrimental? Kinda. Not really. Okay. Okay. Let's make better skulls. What up, Quigs? But didn't know if you knew, does Feo Rune have a constant proc with Mardguard Chaos perk, or does Feo only proc once because you only become injured once? You have to become injured. It is not just while you are injured. Also, they added internal cooldowns to like everyone. So even if it was like just while injured, there would still be a cooldown to it. But you need to become injured. It is not just being in the injured status. Let me double check that. I don't even have it. It's gone. It's gone. It's like the wind. Yeah, not a problem. Hell yeah, brother. Okay. So we're there. Let's just go see what the build does, huh? Okay. Salutations. What does my crit chance look like? It's fine. It's good enough.
Not while I'm in town. Damn, I need like a lot more crit chance than I thought I did. Well, I guess I do have a decent amount. Oh, I mean, sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Okay. I mean, yeah, sure. Like, masterworking my gear could help. Like, sure.
Oh, god damn it. I hate it. I hate this game. I do need a way to apply vulnerable. I really wish there just like was anything. You know? I wish there was anything for me to do stuff with. That would be pretty chill. Oh. Hell yeah, brother. Good enough. There we go. That's what I needed. Nice. And then here, I need like blood attack speed, I guess. Oh, actually, now that I think about it. Damn, dude. 15, 30, 45, 70. It's actually not as big of an increase as you might think, but that's okay. Sure. Okay. Let's try it again. Bloodwave's animation is like very long. Why am I just like sometimes not doing damage to people? Am I using the pants? No, I'm not using the pants. Every other cast I should be overpowered. Oh, just about. Oh, okay. Hmm. The dirty water build. This is an alternate form of Blood Wave that looks to overpower via Banished Lord's Talisman. Looks neat. I'm having fun with it. It's just like not as powerful as the other one by like a factor. Like a couple factors here actually. Like a factor of 10. But it's a lot better than Army of the Dead. Which other one? Basically just like not using the power that I'm using and instead playing it the way that you normally would. Oh, because all my damage is coming from Epigeic Furor. That's the issue here. Yeah, I think Epigeic Furor is actually kind of the problem. All right, hold on. Please hold. Please hold. I do need to eat like food though. I haven't eaten dinner yet. I ate lunch and I drank a muscle milk. So that's not enough. Oh, I need 2 points for here. I need uno más, por favor. I'm also missing out on like actual, like I have a good amulet as Tides of Blood and Gloom, but I bricked it, so it's gone forever now. That's for vulnerable. And what was the other thing I wanted to swap out? Oh, damned here. Epigeic kind of sucks, huh? Epigeic is a lot more impactful when you're getting 3 per cast.
Impeccable. Bright aura. Brighter soul.
Alright, try that one more again. Of that dirty water. Oh. Boston, you're my home. Huh. Yeah. So I've seen 1,000,000,000 damage, but that was on like every multi being active simultaneously. Why are you all being knocked away? Something very weird is happening. Like, notice how like monsters aren't getting knocked around, but they're getting like blasted back? What's happening? So they're getting feared for sure, right? Although, oh, they're getting feared from the explosion from Bloodless Screen. Okay, okay. I now better understand the mechanism I am seeing. The damage from this is super inconsistent. Yeah, I mean, Kesme's is just great, right? I mean, why am I not using Kesme's now that I think about it? I would have to lose Air Perdition to fit everything on. Can't lose air. I mean, Keseme's is 2x damage. The issue with losing out on air is I lose out on my crit chance. I need to fit too many things on. Well, I don't actually have to, right? I rock Keseme's. And I just wear Bloodless Screen.
Impressive. Unfortunate.
Bloodwave's attack speed is just so slow. Oh, what Endearers would look like? Based off of how everything else has worked, I would not be surprised if it just like didn't work at all. That's 1 trillion damage. It's just all the times you don't do 1 trillion damage. Something about this feels off. And I think it's just like being so used to oh my Christ, can I go? Can I be out of this? Thank you. It's been a while since my skills have done 1 trillion damage. Oh, I haven't been cursing things. That's probably it. If I had to guess why I feel so inconsistent. That'd do it.
What up, Amanita?
Black River, Howl from Below, Sanguivore, Chaotic Ultimates. Chaotic cooldown? What's Chaotic Ultimates? What's going on, Shadow Blades? Yeah, so I've been doing cast a skill with the cooldown. I needed to be doing cast a core skill. One that turns alts to core. Gotcha. Yeah, so you'll do like eat corpses 3 times, Sanguivore, eat corpses 3 times, Sanguivore, eat corpses 3 times, Sanguivore, something like that. Bang, 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 boom. Bang, 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 boom. Bang, 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 boom. Bang, 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 boom. Hola, Guido. ¿Cómo estás? All right, let's try this one more game, but this time actually cursing things. You're back. Welcome back. What we doing? This is an alternative to Bloodwave, where we overpower through Banishlord's Talisman. The cold effect from bitch. Oh, did my thing run out? No, they didn't. Just killed me. 15k life. This game sometimes, I swear, man. I like how I can like run a whole pit, never take damage. Go into that same pit, strictly stronger, get just tapped by a lightning ability. And for whatever reason, we still have never addressed whatever is happening with lightning abilities. Because it's something. Jesus. God. How do I get better at killing things and worse at killing things? That's a Billy. That's a Trilly. Work with it too, I see. Yeah, so we're doing the Blood Wave is a core skill. Alter the Balance is the name of it. Oh no, I'm eating up a bunch of, damn it, I was eating up overpowers with Blight. Love the scream is so weird. How goes testing? A lot of very weird interactions that we just have to like try to come up with ways to account for. The big thing I'm trying to figure out is like how do I educate somebody on like when to use what? All right. We can talk about it. Season 10 Lilith Wall when it's finished. I guess we can make a planner for this. Let's make a planner for this. This is an interesting one. Pit 100 blood wave orbs. Let's do this. Okay. So, season 10, Necromancer. We're currently, well, okay, let me, I have to move Bloodless Scream to the helmet, take off Air of Perdition, throw on Kesemes. Because Kesemes says double damage. Like, that's stronger than Arrow Perdition. Or what I could do is I could put Bloodless Scream down here. Lose out on blood attack speed. But I'm overcapping anyways. Lose out on a ton of life. It's a manageable amount of life. So I do Bloodless Scream as the weapon. Oh, but then I don't get the multiplier on it. I could just wear Crown of Lucian. Bloodless Scream, and then throw on Kesemes. No, they did not. This stays. All right. We'll make the planner. Topaz, Shroud of False Death. Bloodless Scream. The darkness, it calls to me. Crown Evolution. Crown Evolution. Crown Evolution. Sure. This becomes Yule? No. Zan? X? Season 8, I never got to Grand. Banish Lords. Alice Mine. Is it really a two-handed mace? Maybe it's one-handed mace. Focus. Want to try that real quick? Because the focus could get me enough resource where I don't need the resource potion. Hold on.
That's this.
Please hold.
Give it a go. Shame that. Well, low shining beauty.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Hello? Oh, not a bad pull, that. Hello? Shame that. Go one more? well, hello, shame that. Not a bad pull, that.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Well, hello, shining beauty.
See some steel you need?
Hello, shining beauty. Not a bad shame, that. Hello, shining beauty. All finished, are you? Yeah.
What are we testing next? I want to try this same build, but with a one-hit mace and a focus. I just need a kind of particular focus.
How shall I guide my hammer? Use it well.
Two. ch- 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 ch-
Hello, shining beauty.
Okay, there we go. And now I just need a mace.
Shame that. Not a bad. Hello, shining. Well, there's something special. All finished, are you?
Okay. Okay, okay. I need this to say... Bad. That's okay. Nice. Okay, that ends up being slightly above average. That's fine.
How shall I guide my hammer? Here's a good one.
Time to masterwork 2 items. Hell yeah, brother. What? Never happening again.
Solid bits here.
Hold on. Oh, you had me. Oh, you had me so excited. That's what I get for ever thinking anything good will happen to me.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Okay, so we do this. We add sockets.
Where the stars around your neck.
Unsocket this thing. We add sockets. We craft sockets.
Well done.
Yes, the Goblin Chaos Wave. Like, the Chaos Waves are the things that I like. They are seemingly the most fun. Okay. So I have Zan, Cax, and I need Tam. Lot. And we put Damned on here. And I guess we put on Apogeic here. Or do we do Vehement? Do we do... Well, hold on. We'll try Apogeic with the faster attack speed here.
You need.
Okay, so now we have a metric dicton. That means we get to use... Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Let's play this out. So I think we'll be better at capitalizing on our damage windows. They are Chaos Goblins, and they drop the Infernal Horde Aether or whatever.
Impressive. Unfortunate.
Oh, what just occurred? Oh, yeah, that feels a lot better. Huh? Oh, yeah, we are capitalizing a lot better now. Apogeic feels worse here when I'll get like a low roll on a Cax. I don't like Applejack anymore. What was the question? Casting ultimate skill increase mistakes. Your cooldowns and this bonus are reset. Oh, that is interesting. That is an interesting thing to consider. Look at my ultimate damage stat. Gets big, I assume. Please pop. Please pop. Please pop. Pop. I bounce my leg when I'm concentrating on things. I don't think I like Apogeic on it, but that was cool. Unmaker doesn't work with it right now. Yeah, this is core Bloodwave. Excuse me. I liked that. I'm wondering if just using, like, Vehement Brawler would be better. Like, if you get the big multi, but you don't overpower, it kind of does nothing. X Blood Wave for each Sever. Sounds a bit interesting to you. I would probably do it with just a faster spell that would still benefit from it, like if I really wanted to do that, it would be like Army of the Dead or Bone Storm. Maybe even just Soul Rift. I want to try this one more time, but with Vehement Brawler on and not Epigeic. Just to see what it's like. Like, really trying to make this just consistent damage. Army of the Dead was almost certainly doing nothing. Army of the Dead just is bad. It's just bad. It's just a bad skill. It's just a bad skill. I wish it wasn't, but it is. Yeah, let's try one more again. This time just try to have just like, so our top end damage is going to be lower, but if we're just like consistently doing like 500 billion overpower crits. That was still a trillion. What's happening? How is this happening? How have I taken off so much damage from the build and I'm still doing trillions? I don't Jono say. Just insane. Chaotic bursts. That's not doing anything really here. Is it not supposed to be doing trillions? So like the real version of this build does like 10 trillion. I'm trying a version of the build where you don't have to like think as much. Like this is just like core skill Blood Wave. What do? You just cast Blood Wave at people. You don't really got to do nothing else. You don't got to pick up the blood orbs and all of that. Like you don't have to go out of your way to like pick up blood orbs and stuff. It's like, what if you just kind of cast Blood Wave at people? And we could automate the overpower via Banished Lord's Talisman is kind of the concept here. And I've taken off a lot of the damage multiplication to make it just like faster and more consistent. And once it's ramped up, I'm like still seeing 1 trillion damage. And I don't know how. I just made it good, I guess. The thing though is that like this version, like the thing I'm running right now is a very bad version of it. Like it's, the gear that I have is very bad for it. What up, Sarah? Sarah, I wanted to ask the question, what if I didn't have to pick up the blood orbs on Blood Wave, but I still wanted to overpower? And the answer is, I kind of like it. Oh, I have to backtrack? Right. Yeah, so it's Banished Lords, Crown of Lucian, main hand, offhand. And you just kind of like organically pick up the orbs that are going to be spawning on top of you just to maintain blood begets blood. But you just overpower every other cast. Is there any change that Chaos Burst count as a skill? No. What is that, poof? Oh, I have Chaos Bursts on. That is not what is doing trillions of damage. Yeah, it's every other cast. Because this costs 144 essence at the top end. What if we're lazy? This is the lazy build. You don't pick up the blood orbs. That's the whole point. The Cax rune proc can also sometimes make you... It kind of, not really. Found some Chaos Gloves in the pit. I did. Yeah. Here they are. Ooh. God Slayer. You can find them anywhere. You can gamble them. But like, look at this amulet. I have like really, really bad Masterworks. This one's obviously good. Like this one's bad. I think it's a kind of cool approach. You doing Indira's? Nope. Bloodless Scream, Crown of Lucian, Banished Lord's Talisman. Zan will often make it so that your the blood wave doesn't overpower against every target in the pack because it's only a 0.35 second timer. Yeah, Shroud's currently borked. I like this version of it. Let's make the planner. I need to eat a snack. Holy, all right, you know what? I'm going to get a snack. I'm going to get some food. I haven't eaten dinner. It's 10 p.m. I'll be right back. I'll run ads now, so we don't get interrupted while we're doing the theory craft on the planner. I'll be right back. Can I eat on cam? I could. Back in my day, TV dinner was like 600 calories. Yo, thank you, Blood. Appreciate you. Build use the air petition, but you don't use it. How many pit levels do you sacrifice? It is the log of 1.5 divided by the log of 1.2. Unless your build is over pit tier 100, and that's the log of 1.5 divided by the log of 1.28. Can I dumb it down? That's the dumbed down version. I didn't even like tell you how to cross compare the stats and try to create an equivalency. Type here. You don't need to know what this means, like mathematically. In Google, literally type in the log of 1.5. This is the multiplier, or 1.6. This is the multiplier of air of perdition. This ignores all the other stats. If you want me to explain to you all the other stats, I'd have to do real math. And then you divide that by the log of how many pit tier, or what pit tier scaling you're at. Below pit tier 100, it scales 20% damage per pit tier. Above it, it scales 28. So if you're looking at a top end build and you want to know how much damage they're going to lose, they're probably doing above pit tier 100. Your answer is 1.9. You would be doing 2 less pit tiers. You don't even got to know what it means. You just take the log of the multiplier you're losing divided by the log of the pit tier scaling, and that's how many pit tiers you won't be able to do. The max roll pit guide has the scaling in it. I don't think it explained to you how to do the math, but I just explained it to you. Pit. I don't know if it's in here. I also don't remember learning about logarithms or even really what it does. I just know that if you take the log of your multi and you divide it by the log of the scaling, that's how many pit tiers it is. I don't remember really what log does. Here's the thing. I'm not good at mathematic theory. I just know arithmetic. And if I don't know it, I know Excel will do it for me. Like, I don't know what dividing by the log of a thing means. I don't know jack shit. I was a scientist. You may think a lot of, like, scientists must be good at math. No. I didn't need to know math to do science. I know that the log is doing the math for me of finding out what number, like if I have a number being raised to a power, it's telling me the number of times it got raised to that power, right? Something like that. Because what the math is, so let's say you had 50% damage boost. And you want to know how many pit tiers you're going to clear. You have to take the pit tier scaling and bring it to a power, so exponential, multiplying it by itself, because every pit tier increases the same amount. So you could do that manually, where you would multiply it by itself again. And then if you went over, you would reduce how much you multiply it by until you don't go over. And then you take that thing, divide it into the real number, and that tells you the fraction of the number of times you brought it to that power. And that's basically what log is doing for me. Is telling me, is doing that. That's what I got. I was a microbiologist. We had machines that did math for us. We just had to think about it real good. Rileymon, thank you very much for the follow. Hey man, I'm not gonna lie, this fucking I might just be haven't eaten solid food since noon hungry. But this Russell Stover's meatloaf and mashed potatoes 300 calorie fucking took 6 minutes to cook meal tastes good. Ow. I liked chemistry. We'll be right back. Oh yeah. No, if you want to like do a full analysis on if I change out from Era Perdition, how much does it impact my damage? You have to do a full calculation. Like you have to look at every system that's impacted, etc., etc. But if you're lazy, it's about 2 pit tiers. It's probably closer to about 4 pit tiers for most builds. What on earth happened on your Twitter today? I had a fun time on Twitter today. And that's about as much as I'll talk about it. If you follow me on Twitter, you can go read it. Where do the lazy people go? I'm not sure what that question means. But I do hope that they get whatever clout they're searching for and they find happiness. Mm-mm-mm. Hup, hup, hup. Hup. Oh, the Paragon. God. Hey, might I say, just as a guy who does this 15 times a day, I don't like just making Paragon. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Ooh, bloodbath. Damn. I wasn't even at max bonus. Yo, what up, Druid? We'll put Gravekeeper here. Yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good glyph. Yeah, the trip was awesome. Had a really, really good time. Flashita. Somebody point me out to the best ass eater. So I need to fit Essence and Dominate in the island of Waikiki. It's my ass in my anus. Cause it's finally famous. Yeah, it's finally sub. I don't know, man. Get some ass shots. Where up? Couldn't fuck Michael Kors if you was fucking Michael Kors. Big Sean, boy, how big is yo? Give me all your money and give me all your residuals. Stop it on my ass. Okay. Yeah, man. I'm just from a place where if you're trying to snitch on somebody, you just gotta say it to their face if you got a problem. And then, you know, typically violence would ensue from that point, but like, then your issue was over. I think pocket watching is a dangerous habit for people. Okay. So we have Lazy Bloodwave Necromancer. Have there been or going to be any major changes that might bring players back? Yeah, for sure. Have you seen the PTR at all, Curtis? Also, we're coming up on an expansion, hopefully soon. Not yet? You should check out the PTR. Watch this. Wow, perfect. See? Are you not excited? There you go. There's the planner if y'all want to check it out. If tried, Druid, Raven build is fun. Yeah, people are having a lot of fun with companions. It looks like it's doing infinite damage.
Wouldn't mind the rest.
There you go. Is Sanguine Voice of Chaos unique? It is not. Hell yeah. See this? Hell yeah. In the upcoming season, you'll be able to equip Chaos Uniques, which are unique items from different slots, and you can wear them as armor. So this is my Crown of Lucian as pants. Here's my Banished Lord's Talisman Amulet as boots. Here's my Bloodless Scream Scythe as a pair of gloves. And you can... The Necromancer can, like, turn ultimate skills into core skills and then spam them. You could do stuff like this. Hold on. This just always looks cool. I wish it was good, but sadly it is not. You could do this. You might go, I mean, yeah, sure, that's like a cool Druid Sandstorm, but like, what's going on? So you could do that. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Let's rape. Boots, cats. So there you go. But yeah, I mean, depending on when you stop playing. What about Chaos Powers on the planner? PTR planner is still being updated. The developer is working on it. I'll be showing off the powers in the video that people can reference. Yeah, no problem. All right, let's record a video. Soblivjiv, thank you for the follow. Corpse Explosion build coming soon? Yes. Yep. Yeah. Okay. I don't normally like to try to hype you up at the beginning of the video, but I'm actually really proud of this one. You know how Blood Wave seems like it's going to be an incredibly powerful build? It's definitely going to get nerfed walking out of the PTR, but don't worry about that. And some people are even going so far as to say this is the meta build for Season 10. A very silly thing to say considering we haven't seen the patch notes. Regardless though, Blood Wave is undeniably a powerful build. And also, I think you're probably pretty sick of playing it. You cast the Blood Wave, you wait for it to finish, it has the weird cooldown, you pick up the Blood Orbs. But what if I told you, I made lazy Blood Wave that doesn't look like complete poop, is an absolute blast to play, still can hit for 1 trillion damage, and is going to absolutely easily speedrun through this pit tier 100 that I'm going to shop over to right now? Would that get you excited? Alright, well before I show you the video, if that does get you excited, and I promise I'll deliver on this, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. You owe it to me because you're going to have a ton of fun with this build. Okay, go ahead and roll the footage. The funny thing about this build is it actually started off trying to make Army of the Dead a viable thing, because I realized that with a particular combination of Chaos Armors, we could get the skill to overpower every other cast. And if you can overpower half of the time, you're actually a lot better than the majority of the rest of our Blood builds. Rest in peace to Blood Surge and Blood Lance. But it turns out that Army of the Dead is a complete trap. Even though it shoots off wicked fast, its damage is just pretty pitiful. But then that's when it hit me. What if I brought this same technology over to Blood Wave? What if I could make it so that you didn't have to pick up the Blood Orbs, you don't have to run around, you didn't have to deal with Tidal or the ridiculous cooldown? You could just spam Blood Wave at the fastest attack speed possible and still get all of the goodness of massive 500 billion all the way up to 1 trillion damage overpowers. And it turns out it just worked. While we definitely had to workshop it a little bit, at first it wasn't really doing altogether that well, swapped over to a different weapon, added on some different aspects, and all of a sudden we had a well-oiled machine. Anything that would ever interrupt us, we had incredibly powerful crowd control, as well as 100% uptime on things like vulnerable and 100% crit chance. And we were just absolutely smashing content. It feels great to play. It's incredibly fluid. It has none of those like weird jilty issues that you might run into playing the more contemporary version of the build, which is definitely stronger. Don't get it twisted. This is not the strongest version of Blood Wave. This is the laziest and speediest version of Blood Wave. What I like about it is we get to use the Alter the Balance perk coming in Season 10 to be able to spam an ultimate skill. And the big issue with this is that to get all of your multipliers online as fast as possible, typically you would have to do a bunch of setup. But this build automates all of that for you. We're going to be using a combination of the Crown of Lucian as a pair of pants and the Banished Lord's Talisman as a pair of boots. Add on Bloodless Scream as a pair of gloves with a huge, massive damage multiplier for darkness skills. And all of a sudden, what you got is a really nice rig that has a ton of crowd control. Basically, nothing can touch you because spends all of its time frozen. And again, this is going to overpower on every other cast. If you happen to pick up some Blood Orbs while you're moving, you're going to get a free overpower out of it. And sometimes, based on when your rune word procs, you'll actually overpower it twice in a row. But bare minimum, 50% uptime on overpower. Seems too good to be true. Let's go ahead and look at the build itself, and I can better explain the mechanics so you understand how we're accomplishing this. As always, I'll have a build planner down in the pinned comment. I'll also have a link to my Discord. This is where I've been keeping all of my build planners as we do PTRs and as we do testing during the season. So if you don't like waiting for the guide on max roll that we write to get updated, you might want to check out my Discord where I keep all of my in-progress build planners there. But that's enough of me shilling. Let me show you what we're dealing with here so you can go pilot this in the PTR and figure out whether or not you've become a Blood Wave enjoyer. So the major conceit of the build all deals with Alter the Balance. Alter the Balance does a lot of things, but basically your core skill becomes an ultimate with a cooldown, and your ultimate skills become core skills that no longer have a cooldown, but have a really high essence cost. And that's actually a good thing. We want this essence cost to be as high as possible. And that's because Banished Lord's Talisman requires you to eat 275 of your essence, and then it will trigger an overpower on your next core skill. And now that our ultimate skill is Ultimate, Core, Blood, and Darkness, anything that would apply to a core skill now applies to this. So the way that you get this to overpower every other cast is you make it so that you have at least half of this total requirement in maximum resource. And with my 164 maximum essence here, that means that if I could empty my globe twice, I'm going to overpower on that second attack. But how do we make it so that this 57 essence cost skill costs enough to be able to do that? That's where Crown of Lucian comes in. Crown of Lucian will increase your damage up to 5 times whenever you spend resource, but on top of that, it will actually increase resource costs by 30% 5 times. So you have a 2.5 multiplier on your overall resource cost, and what you're getting out of that is a 90% damage multiplier. Not only that, but the actual stats on Crown of Lucian are pretty decent, like you get a chance to be able to proc Decrepify, huge amount of maximum life, and then some cooldown reduction for your other skills, while the Shadow Resistance is absolutely nothing. As far as Chaos Armors go, this one, oddly enough, is like decent in the slot, as opposed to typically where the stats aren't necessarily that great. But by putting these two things together and then casting Blood Wave 5 times, you'll notice that our total essence cost becomes 144. It means that every 2 times that we cast it, that is 288 essence. It means on the second cast, we are not only going to trigger Banished Lord's Talisman and Overpower, but we're also going to start feeding into the next loop. If you see this little buff right here, the 275, you'll notice it goes from 145 to 275, 145 to 275, etc., etc. That's the basis of the build. But we also get to use an incredibly strong aspect in the name of Ultimate Shadow. Now, if you've been playing Bloodwave for a while, you already know Ultimate Shadow, but the long and short of it is that it will turn Bloodwave into a Darkness skill. It will make it so... But the long and short of it is that we'll add the Darkness skill tag to Bloodwave, it'll make it do shadow damage, and it will do a shadow damage over time effect underneath it. That's called Desecrated Ground. This actually adds on an okay amount of damage. It'll add on like a couple billion DPS, but we really don't care about that. It's just adding these skill tags to it that make it incredibly powerful. Because not only do we get to use sacrifices like Reap, which says it will increase our shadow damage, and since we get to use 3 separate damage multipliers from our sacrifices in the Book of the Dead, we get to use the aspect Sacrificial to bump it up even further, and Memento Mori to bump it up even further beyond that. But this Darkness tag and this shadow damage helps us to be able to abuse Bloodless Scream. Bloodless Scream is insane. Not only does it grant Darkness skill tag, not only does it grant Darkness skill ranks, and that now that this is a Darkness skill, we get that. This also works with things like Era Perdition, which add core skill ranks as well. But what Bloodless Scream says is that your Darkness skills can now freeze enemies, and if it deals damage to a frozen enemy, it does 240% more damage. That is a 3.4 times multiplier, and this works 100% of the time on a boss. Not only that though, but every 800 times, which is a ridiculous number, that you deal damage with Darkness skills to enemies, you're going to fear enemies and then freeze them. So you're going to see in the gameplay footage that you watch that monsters are just kind of like weirdly frozen and then kind of trying to run away. That's because in between the freeze, they'll be feared and then they'll be frozen again. It's a really, really good crowd control tool. It also helps to apply things like amplified damage in our passive tree, which requires us to fear targets to get a multiplier for it. But that's the primary conceit of it, right? Spend enough resource to be able to trigger Banished Lord's Talisman every other cast, overpower every other cast on Blood Wave, and then you don't have to deal with the typical thing, which is based off of Rathma's Vigor, walking around and collecting blood orbs. The way that it would normally work is you would have to pick up basically like 7 blood orbs in a very short period of time to be able to get the next overpower. So you might have seen a lot of Blood Wave gameplay where you would like cast Blood Wave, and then you would Blood Mist through the orbs, and you would cast Blood Wave again. And that's the typical kit and caboodle of how it works. And it is by far, again, significantly stronger. I'm talking about like add on another 10 multiplier here. So if this is doing pit tier 100, that thing is going to be doing like pit tier 110. But the benefit of this version of the build is you don't have to do any of that. You literally just sit here and just spam Blood Wave. This is all you do. This is all you have to worry about. If you want to get a little bit fancy, you might also cast in little corpse tendrils to be able to pull everything in. If you ever happen to run out of resource, you just cast your Blight, which is actually also an ultimate skill. But wait a minute. What do you mean cast Blight to solve your resource? How do you actually manage the resource on this build? How am I generating 144 resource without doing anything? That's where amazingly powerful tempers in the form of casting an ultimate skill restores a resource comes in. You notice that by putting 3 of these onto your character, you'll be restoring over 180 resource. This is actually really nice because a lot of builds currently can't use Cax Rune, which eats all of your resource immediately to more than double your damage. But with the fact that we are casting an ultimate skill, being able to use the Zan rune word as the offering, this means that every 3 casts, which we're able to do in 1 second, we will more than double our damage. And with all this resource here, immediately refill our globe so we never run out. And what that also means is that since it casts every single second, we have 100% uptime on a greater than a 2 times multiplier from this rune word. It is absolutely bananas. The only thing that could ever mess you up ever is that if the Cax rune word is triggered by something other than an ultimate skill, sometimes you'll accidentally eat all of your resource and basically not restore it. But the great part about the setup with Alter the Balance is that both your core skills and your ultimate skills are both now core skills and ultimate skills. What does that mean for you? It's that our Blight skill is also an ultimate skill. In casting it, we refill our orb. So even if we were to somehow mess this up and like run out of resource, merely casting the Blight skill will immediately refill all of it. You basically never have to do this at any other point. I don't even have it granting you the damage bonus just in case you don't want to click the button. And then everything else on the build is just there to be able to scale your damage. Now remember, I have the planner linked down in the pinned comment. So if you don't like the video format or you're just somebody who won't pick it up very easily from here, just use the planner. I won't be offended. The only thing that's not in the planner are the seasonal perks. Our developer for Maxroll is working on that right now. But basically you use Alter Balance. You also use Crazy Brew. This means that whenever you drink your potion, you're going to gain a huge amount of attack speed. Let me show you. This is base attack speed, very fast. Then we drink our brew, and our attack speed goes through the roof. This will help a lot if you didn't happen to get the correct tempers with blood attack speed onto the gear that you're testing with on the PTR. And then for the other ones, there's not really great options, I'll be honest with you. We're using Accelerating Chaos, which is just a lucky hit to cast a Chaos Burst, and that Chaos Burst can reduce cooldown, so just in case you happen to stall out on the build in some way, this is helping to shore up some of those cooldown issues you might run into. And then Decimating Desecration just takes that damage over time we're doing with our Desecrated Ground and doubles it. Since we have a 100% chance to crit, this will deal double dot damage. It adds on, again, a couple billion DPS. But for the rest of the gear, Air of Perdition is obviously great. Shroud of False Death is obviously great. Remember that we want to use Tam Watt to be able to apply Decrepify so that we get the Execute and we also get the Decrepify cooldown reduction. This is how you're going to be applying your curses. Again, Bloodless Scream, Crown of Lucian, and then Banished Lord's Talisman. You're going to need to put chance for Blood Wave to deal double damage on both of your weapons, and you would like to triple Masterwork crit both of them if you could. You actually only need 3 on one and then 2 on the other. I didn't get that lucky. Going with Damned as a huge shadow damage multiplier. Going with Vehement Brawler. Not only does it increase your ultimate skill damage, but also grants you 2 more ranks, which just increases the base damage as well. For the ring, remember Ultimate Shadow, we want a ton of blood attack speed and regular attack speed. Going with Grasping Veins to shore up any crit chance you might have as an issue. Then a huge multiplier when Corpse Tendrils comes down. And then again an Amulet. Now the Amulet and the Focus is where you're going to get your maximum resource. If you happen to get this and like Masterwork crit on it or something nasty like that, you don't necessarily need it on the Amulet, but my Amulet's pretty bad. I wish that this had Gloom or Tides of Blood ranks on it. The skill tree and the Paragon board are both in the planner. I'm not going to bore you with that. For the Mercenary, that's also there, but I'll just very quickly explain. Right here is going to help you to get all of your all-res up, just in case you run into any issues there, and just grant you some really good survivability with Bastion and some damage multipliers. And then for our other boy, we're just using Aldkin. We don't actually have any issues with cooldown, but Aldkin is the best way of triggering Decrepify to further reduce your cooldowns against a single target. That's it. It's lazy Blood Wave. You just cast Blood Wave at enemies until they're dead. You drop a Corpse Tendrils to be able to apply Vulnerable and pull them all in together. You ever run out of resource, you just cast Blight once. We're also going to have Vulnerable on Blood Mist, so in case you want to move through things, gain Unstoppable. This will also apply Vulnerable. And it'll leave behind a corpse just so you can cast your Corpse Tendrils again and start off the fight doing yourself right. If you want to get the damage multiplier from Flesh Eater, you just eat a couple corpses every once in a while. And then Reap is just a nice way to get some automatic corpse generation to aggro a bunch of monsters and get yourself a little bit of attack speed and some damage reduction whenever you hit it with a target or you manage to kill something. Let me know what you think about the lazy Blood Wave build. If you've been turned off by Blood Wave in the past, maybe this is the answer for you. I hope that something like this survives through the Season 10 PTR. I definitely think that the damage numbers we're currently seeing are going to get brought down into line, but I do think that at its core, this general concept is something that is healthy enough to stay in the game. If you made it this far and you haven't already, subscribe to the channel if I managed to make good on that promise. And if I didn't, let me know what you were hoping to see in this build guide, and maybe it'll make it its way into the next one. I'm trying a little bit of a different format here, where I'm a little bit more off the cuff, a little bit more freeform, and just kind of showing people the thoughts off the top of my head. So if you like that format, let me know as well. Leave a like on the video and comment down below. If you have any questions, comments, ideas, concerns, different things, cool theory crafts you've been coming up with, weird builds you think people aren't talking about, or bugs or mechanisms that you're trying out in the PTR that you haven't seen anywhere else. I'd love to talk to you. But that's enough of me yapping. Thank you so much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that it helps, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Okay. You think minion build will be in Season 10? Right now, the minion build should be doing pretty decently well. It doesn't get a whole bunch from the perks, as far as I can tell. Actually, like, oh, well, no. It gets Beast Cornered and then Marred Guard. So that's basically like a doubling of damage, which is pretty nice. I do think it should be in the contention for like one of our A tier builds, maybe not in the S tier, depending on how ridiculous this stuff gets. Blood Wave, one-hander build guide. What is this?
Again.
Just insane. Oh wow, this was super fast. Wow. I could tell how fast a pit run was based off of how big the video size is. And the video size for the previous ones were about 800,000 kilobytes. And this one was just under 400,000 kilobytes. That's pretty good. I'm all right. Thank you very much for the new tier 1, friend. Welcome on in. I appreciate that. Also, because I missed these during the video, Jason, my friend, and Obsidian Monolith, thank you very much for the follows. But MRA, thank you. Welcome on in, enjoy your emotes, enjoy your no ads. We're actually updating the emotes very soon, probably for the start of Season 10. So we can kind of have a kickoff there. Very exciting. I like this. I think this one's pretty good. Yeah. Oh, my voice is running out. Oh. Well. Huh? Well. Alrighty. Well then. Let the games begin. Well. Nova, thank you for the follow. This is on the PTR. This isn't in the live season. Let's go see. How fast do I kill Belial? Sorry, I'm coughing in your ear. That's what happens when I eat food.
You face the Lord of Lies. Come, be crushed like the insects you are.
Well. It's a good build. Please hold. Well, see Infernal Protection. They do barrier now instead of phases. Well, welly, 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 well, 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 well. Well. Welly, 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 well, well, well. It's welly, 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 well, 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 welly, welly, well. Stretch. Well, I don't think Chaos Armor is just tied to seasonal only. It is. You don't even have to have an opinion about it. That's just the truth of the universe. Now, there's a world where people really like it and they reintroduce it into the base game. But as it stands right now, it is seasonal only. Well, time to, I guess, wait for the game to think. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, you want ads? Sorry. Sorry. I will get you ads. Oh, where am I going? Zoo, boom, ba, foo. Hell yeah. Well. Lazy Blood Wave. Or did you force the phase voice to go bug off? Nope. This is for the next season. They have removed the force phases. Now it's just a big barrier you have to chop through. The Crown of Lucian? You don't think Crown of Lucian as pants isn't like the hardest named unique in the game? Excuse me. I don't think we're gonna live in a world where Chaos Armors in their current form live. I could see farming for a rare material that allows you to extract a unique and put it onto a different unique. I could see that. Or should Torment 4 be this easy? This is Players 1 Torment 4 outside of the pit with triple masterworked GG gear on a fully built out character on what is currently our highest scaling damage skill. The amount of time it would take you to get to assembling this gear, we're talking about like for an average player, like a month or two into the season. For a blaster, like 2 to 5 days. And the interesting thing about ARPGs is that the rate of trivialization is kind of like the time to kill in something like Call of Duty. How long should it take you to kill an opponent if you headshot them successfully with a 3-burst machine gun? How many times do you need to like successfully do that to be able to kill it? Is a metric in those games where getting it right makes the game feel great. Getting it wrong either makes it feel sluggish or too easy. Similarly, in ARPGs, time to trivialization of base content is one of the really important metrics that a lot of people end up talking around rather than looking at and trying to quantify. I would put it for a competent player, like who knows what they are doing and who is also trading. Not a ridiculous amount, right? But just enough to be able to trivialize the gold portion of the game. Time to trivialization is somewhere around 30 hours, where you have a fully kitted out build that is maybe not doing the highest pit tier that you possibly can, but is now able to do everything in the base game without having to worry about it, and is now trying to optimize for pushing into the pit, and then getting a perfect character. So like triple masterwork crits, more than 1 GAs, all of that. That's like another like 100 hours or so. For people who are trading really aggressively, that's only like another like 20 hours. But when I think about time to trivialization, like how long does it take me to take a Blizzard sorceress and trivialize the base content of Diablo 2 Resurrected, or the base Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction? And that number is about 8 hours. Now, people don't think about the game in that way because the whole point of that game is just to farm infinitely more and more perfect gear, and then try to craft gear that like could never possibly exist. And over a season, that will probably take you closer to like 50 hours to like really complete a character, perfect Annie, perfect Torch, get a 220 crafted amulet, and start worrying about things like Nightwings and Death Fathoms. But like basic Blizzard Sorc, Oculus, you know, like Oculus, Killer Circlet, or Shaco, Skin of the Viper Magi, or Enigma, Magic Find setup, Speed Clear setup, that's really only like 20 hours. So when I think about the time to trivialization in Diablo 4, what my major issue with it is that the content that we have to do to get strong enough to do the harder content is too trivial when trivialized, and does not have modes to be able to buff it and increase its reward. So decreasing the grind to be able to try out optimized gear against harder content. And that's where things like the Atlas passive tree from Path of Exile come in. Or yeah, the Atlas passive tree, not your passive tree. I think the skill system in Path of Exile is like unnecessarily convoluted. But the Atlas passive, I want to do XYZ and I want to be better. Like I want to get better rewards when I do it. That's the thing missing from Diablo 4 for me, where questions like how long should it take you to trivialize the content has a naturally organic extension to its tail. And the player continues to feel progression. I think that a lot of ARPGs lose their steam when the player stops feeling progression. And meaningful progression is not currently available in Diablo 4. And that's the thing that we kind of keep asking about, and we're hoping is going to be delivered in the expansion. Like, you shouldn't expect to have this gear a week into the season. I won't have this gear a week into the season. And if the question is, after a week playing a season as like a dirty tryhard, do I expect to be able to solo P1 Torment 4 Belial? Absolutely. No question. So I guess the long answer to your question is we're definitely too powerful. Gear is too powerful, but I don't think that this thing should be struggling against this content. Who hasn't had a little bit too much to drink and put pants on their head? There's a really cute picture. Hey, look, I'm just going to talk about myself for a hot second. There's a really cute picture of me as a kid where I realized that I could put on all my clothes upside down. So like I put my pants on where like my legs went through the armholes, and I put my underwear on my head, and I put my pants on my head, and I put like a belt around my chest and all of that, and like socks on my hands. And I have to say, this might be the cutest a little kid has ever been. I every once in a while will see this picture and go, damn, dude. I was a cute little kid. What are my thoughts on Terror Zones? Great addition to the game. They need to fix the duping problem and take away all those boss mats. And then what will happen? Chaos armor pieces should be best found inside of Infernal Hordes. And inside of inside of the Chaos Rifts, which is content that is added to everything. You can find them in Helltide. You can find them in Nightmare Dungeons. You'll find them in the Infernal Hordes. They can drop from other content as well. Like you can gamble them. You can drop them from bosses. I've dropped some while doing some pits, etc. Oh boy. So today was only an 8-hour stream, but it is because I put out like 3 videos before I started stream. And my throat hurts and I'm tired. I'm wondering if I call it a little bit early tonight, get some really good sleep so I can get those videos out that I made early tomorrow and then get into testing tomorrow as well. Because what I need to do now is like stop fucking around with this thing and just see how good Beast Cornered and Mardguard is for core skills. Because it's bare minimum a double damage multi and then a huge amount of resistances or damage reduction. So I think it's going to end up being really good.
I'm out of essence.
So I think that's what we're going to play around with tomorrow. Just doing like the base core skills with this setup, which is probably going to be like the bread and butter of most of them. Also just like 11 p.m. and I did just eat my first meal since noon, and that makes me feel a little sleepy. A little sleepy baby.
I need more time. I'm out of essence.
I think I want to start off with Blight, but with Ebon Piercer on the boots, just to see what it's like to have a real amulet on this build. Sleepy baby. All right, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and call it here. So I have 2 videos coming out tomorrow. It's going to be this Lazy Bloodwave build. I already shared the planner. I'll put the planner into the Discord as well. Exclamation point Discord, or it's in the description on YouTube if you want to go check that out. If you want to see it before the video comes out. So it'll be Lazy Wave Necro. We should call it the Lazy River. Let's go ahead and call it there. Let's find somebody to raid. Who's playing Diablo 4? Yo, we're 3rd in the category. Let's fucking go. Dude, we're actually 2nd in the category because the top 2 in the category are co-stream. Fuck yeah, dude. Thanks for hanging out with me, y'all. I really appreciate it. Who's hanging? Yo, is Blood Strieberg? I don't think she is. Yo, a lot of people are collabing. That's cool. We will go raid my friend Hazard. Have a good evening, everybody. Yeah, let me do my goodbyes. Hold on. Let's raid Hazard. This is my boy Hazard. Go give him some love. All right, y'all. As always, auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen. There's like a little Zen. There's like a Zen. Auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kap kun krap, sawadi, gute Nacht, hasta mañana. Tomorrow we're going to do base core skills without the alter the balance to see just how they're functioning, see how the, 2 times damage and DR will work on it with Cornered Beast. And then hopefully we'll also have enough time to fit in a corpse explosion build there too, because I really want to see what we can do with that. Never forget the working class. That's you. That's me. That's everybody who takes their time to put some fucking, you know, food in their bellies. Maybe they're trying to make a family. Maybe they're trying to buy a house. We need to be sticking together right now because the fucking people in power and the bourgeoisie do not care about us. This is not left first right. That's a fucking psyop, okay? It's up first down. The billionaires are trying to eat us and we need to eat them back. So if you can take some time, be a little bit sympathetic, have a little bit of empathy, be a little bit patient, and maybe try to meet some people halfway that you have in your community, you'll find out that you have a lot more in common with them than any billionaire that you think you one day might be able to be the friend of. I promise you, they don't care about us, only we do. I love y'all very much. You treat yourselves well. I'll see you tomorrow. Get away from the computer, drink some water, take a nap. You deserve it.